Chapter 148. From the time Guchanga made his move to Longtung, resisting with all his might, it was actually not that long. In just a few short contacts, Guchanga sent Longtung flying, and then a palm fell, shattering both of his arms. Simple and straightforward, without any sloppiness. Combined with his previous words, it seemed incomparably natural. Everyone watched this scene, and at this moment they were shocked to the extreme. It seems that this guy should have had a lot of opportunities during this period of time. It's very likely that he went to touch other people's ancestral tombs. I knew he wouldn't settle down. If there was anyone who was not surprised by this, it would be Yu Mingkong. She felt that she was the one who knew Guchanga the best. She knew his strengths and weaknesses. She also understood his thoughts. Longtung's cultivation clearly had a strong upper hand, but in front of Guchanga he could not gain the slightest advantage. Instead, he was suppressed everywhere, and there was no room for resistance. This was no longer a matter of talent. This was definitely a gap in combat strength. Guchanga's true strength had long been high to an unknown extent. It is indeed a forbidden domain. Brother Changa has undoubtedly reached that step. Otherwise, it would be impossible to easily suppress Longtung at the early stage of the Void God realm. Apart from relying on his profound cultivation base, Longtung is indeed not much of a threat. In the same realm, his true combat strength is at most the upper middle level of the young Supremes, far from reaching the level of a young Taboo. I'm afraid that from now on, apart from the ancient freaks, it will be difficult for anyone in the younger generation to contend with Guchanga. Many people could not help but say the shock in their eyes had not faded. They all knew that Guchanga was very strong, but they really did not expect that he was strong to this extent. Even Longtung was easily suppressed. Perhaps only the older generation powerhouses could contend with Guchanga. Thinking of this, they felt a burst of pressure. An invisible mountain was pressing down on the heads of many people. If the inheritor of the demonic arts appears in the future, I'm afraid only young Master Changa can contend with him. Speaking of which, I haven't heard any news of the inheritor of the taboo demonic arts recently. Did he not sneak in? If that's the case, then that's good. At this moment, many young geniuses were discussing amongst themselves. Many proud daughters of the heavens looked at that figure, their eyes full of strange colors. They wanted nothing more than to offer themselves to him. Meanwhile, the group of immortal ancient creatures were all full of restraining fear and seriousness, no longer having the arrogance from before. In the beginning, they looked down on the geniuses from the outside world because their cultivation levels were higher than theirs. But now, this scene proved that even though the cultivation level of the geniuses from the outside world was lower than theirs, their strength was stronger than theirs. Guchanga was so strong that it made them tremble. At this time, do you have any last words? Guchanga walked down from the sky. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and his black hair danced in the wind. He appeared to be taking a leisurely stroll. He chuckled as he stared at Longtung, whose arms had been crushed. How is this possible? How could I lose to you? I still have the most powerful ability that I haven't used yet. Longtung's face was pale, and he did not have the slightest bit of arrogance and confidence from before. As soon as he fought with Guchanga, his self-confidence was shattered. Before this, with his tyrannical cultivation level, crushing his younger generation was no problem at all. But when facing Guchanga, all of this was useless. On the contrary, he was firmly suppressed in such a miserable state. Are these your last words? Guchanga carried a faint mockery, his eyes as if he was looking at a little ant. Even an experienced monster who took the initiative to throw away his life was not as stupid as Longtung. At this time, did he still not understand the difference between the two? He attacked again. Boom! When this palm landed, a strange phenomenon covered heaven and earth, making the sky seem to tremble and then completely explode. The universe rotated, and large amounts of mountain peaks collapsed under this aura. Guchanga, you, Long Tongue's broken arms wanted to recover, but at this moment his expression changed drastically, ugly to the extreme. He used the true dragon step to dodge. At the same time, a layer of golden light appeared on his body. Those were resplendent and fine dragon scales. His reaction was already fast enough, but he was still hit by the edge of the palm, coughing out blood and broken pieces of his internal organs. His head buzzed and went blank. After all, this was just the aftermath. Before his body touched it, that layer of golden light was shattered, completely unable to resist at all. If he was really hit by Guchanga's palm, he might be directly smashed into a cloud of blood mist. Thinking of this, Long Tongue felt a chill all over his body. How can you be so strong? This is impossible. He couldn't help but growl in disbelief. His cultivation was much stronger than Guchanga's. If you're not strong, how can I kill you? Guchanga put his hands behind his back and stared at his prey with a playful expression. He knew that Long Tongue was still hiding his last resort, so he was not in a hurry. After all, he had not experienced despair. Letting him die like this was too easy for Long Tongue. At that moment, the void in front of Guchanga blurred. He took a step and disappeared directly. The next moment, he appeared in front of Long Tongue. You! Long Tongue was shocked, his eyes wide open. This speed made his soul feel cold, as if he had disappeared into thin air. Could this be the lost supreme ability, so close yet worlds apart? But before he could react, he saw a fair and slender hand with a jade-like luster reaching over. It was very slow, and he could even see the trajectory clearly, but it was difficult to resist, and there was a mysterious aura in it. Buzz! Endless brilliance filled this hand, as if it was covered with the power of the flying immortal. The next moment, Long Tongue roared, and an ancient aura appeared in his bloodline. The figure of a terrifying true dragon appeared behind him, proud and unparalleled, wanting to repel this hand. It's useless. Don't you understand the gap between us? Guchanga looked at him pitifully, as if looking at an idiot. All of a sudden, the void stagnated, and time seemed to have stopped. No matter how extraordinary this true dragon figure was, it was instantly broken by him. In any case, the strength of Guchanga's physical body was far beyond any existence in his current realm. Apart from him, even if others noticed this, it would be difficult for them to think deeper. After all, he was a young taboo, and he had a powerful body, refinement technique. Was there anything wrong with that? The next moment, Guchanga grabbed Long Tongue's neck, broke through his defensive ability, and lifted him up. Long Tongue's arms were shattered, and now he could not resist at all. His face was red, and he was extremely sullen. In the eyes of everyone, this was like Guchanga carrying a drowning dead dog. From the beginning to the end, Long Tongue did not have the slightest resistance. Lord Long Tongue, the native creatures of the immortal ancient continent, looked like the sky had collapsed at this time. Lord Long Tongue, who was invincible in their eyes, was now in the hands of the other party like a dead dog. This huge difference was completely unbearable for them. How is this possible? This is not real. A few female creatures even cried out, unable to accept it. Their eyes rolled back and they fainted. Today's scene would be a nightmare for many creatures for a lifetime. The spiritual sustenance that they had followed for more than 10 years collapsed just like that, making their eyes darken and their legs weak. Long Outyan style is no longer popular these days. Long Tongue, you were actually born in the wrong era. Guchanga smiled casually. He said something Long Tongue did not understand. As the strength in his hand increased, accompanied by a cracking sound, Long Tongue's bones broke, and he could not help but let out a low scream. You've gone too far. Guchanga, I'm going to fight out with you. Long Tongue roared, and his eyes were red. If he could not kill Guchanga today, he would definitely be humiliated, and it would be a stain that he could not wash away in his life. You're a bit late. Guchanga's eyes gradually darkened as he stared at Long Tongue's dragon horns. The best way to deal with this kind of long-out-yin son of destiny was to crush him. Because he was brainless and fearless, many calculations fell on him, but they were bloated and useless. At this time he felt that it was about time. The success or failure of the Destiny Plunder card mainly depended on the opponent's state. At this time, a 7-colored light suddenly appeared in Long Teng's body. This aura was very strong, containing an unparalleled vitality, surging abnormally. Boom! A terrifying aura appeared between heaven and earth. Long Teng seemed to be transforming at this time, and actually broke free from Gu Changa's hand. His damaged body was healing, and his astonishing vitality was recovering. The void trembled continuously, as if it could not withstand this pressure. His cultivation base at peak void god realm suddenly broke through to true god realm, far stronger than before. This scene caused a stir in the surroundings once again. Many people widened their eyes. Long Teng's admirers were even more excited, cheering, and could not help but feel excited. Some people were so excited that they shed tears, saying tremblingly, "Lord Longteng, who was born invincible, how could he lose? Today is just a small setback. This great villain, surnamed Gu, will pay the price he deserves," they said excitedly. At this moment, they even forgot who started the trouble first. Now, Long Teng was easily crushed by Gu Changa. His appearance was miserable, and he had become the weaker party. They originally thought that Long Teng had no hope, but at the critical moment he actually broke through his cultivation base and narrowly escaped death. Now, many living beings thought that Long Teng would change the situation just now and forcefully reverse all of this to wash away the humiliation. Is this your hidden trump card? Breaking through cultivation base at the critical moment, TSK. Gu Changa was a little surprised by this, but after thinking about it carefully, he did not feel surprised. After all, breaking through at the last minute was the treatment of a child of destiny. Every time they encountered a great enemy or dangerous situation, they would be able to break through their cultivation base and forcefully reverse the situation. He was also familiar with this kind of routine in his previous life. At that time, when he saw this kind of routine, he was really annoyed. He wished he could dig out the brains of those stupid authors and see what was inside. Gu Changa did not expect that he would be able to encounter an opponent breaking through at the last minute. The timing of this breakthrough was too deliberate. It was probably because of Long Teng's explosive potential and coincidences. However, facing him, this Long Teng would probably break through a few major realms at the last minute, and it would probably be useless. Thinking of this, Gu Changa's expression was a little playful. "Gu Changa, you didn't expect it, right? The heavens are on my side. Today, you're destined to become a corpse." Long Teng let out a low roar, standing at the edge of the sky, his entire body burning with divine fire, runes resplendent, his vitality surging. His head was even more crystal clear, the divine fire burning from head to toe. His cultivation base rose abruptly, more than several times stronger than before. At this moment, he recovered his confident, cold, and disdainful expression. "I'm afraid you took the wrong script. Isn't your cultivation higher than mine?" Gu Changa still had that completely indifferent attitude, saying casually with a faint smile. Long Teng saw mockery and playfulness in his expression. This made his heart angry again. He had already broken through to the true god realm now, his cultivation base several times stronger than before. He could definitely kill Gu Changa, this opponent who was stronger than him. That's right, a powerful opponent at the early stage of the void god realm. "I'm not going to play with you anymore. After all, despair is the best time to plunder." In this regard, Gu Changa smiled calmly. He pointed forward. Clang, clang, clang. In the void, shocking sword chi appeared, carrying with it the intent to destroy everything. There was even a sea of blood rising and falling in the void, immortal corpses piled up. Cut down an immortal king. Cut down an immortal defying the endless immortal art. At this moment, a peerless bronze immortal sword seemed to have appeared in Gu Changa's hand. This is... Many young supreme beings' pupils shrank and their expressions changed drastically. The expressions of the immortal ancient beings also changed drastically, their souls leaving their bodies, trembling all over. The terrifying sword technique that killed the Ocean Palace's 7th princess. A young supreme being's face was full of fear. Even from far away, he could feel this terrifying aura. In a daze, they saw a bronze immortal sword slashing over in the vast universe, capable of destroying chaos. Chi. Gu Changa stepped out of the void like a peerless sword immortal. To him, being handsome was the end of the matter. As for the offensive power of this sword Chi, it contained the sharpness of the endless immortal art and the origin of metal. No matter who came, they would still bleed. Why does this guy have so many tricks up his sleeve? Long Teng's cold and confident expression changed drastically, a little in disbelief. He saw a sword light slash down from the sky. Before it even got close, the surface of his body was cut into countless cracks by the sword Chi, as if he was about to explode. His soul was leaving his body. He thought that Gu Changa had already used all his strength before, or else how could he not be a match? But now, Gu Changa's methods were clearly more tyrannical than before. This made him feel despair and even regret. I don't believe it. Long Tongue roared, resisting with all his might, feeling the terrifying killing intent. He might very well die here today. Even if the elders in the clan broke the rules to save him, they might not be able to make it in time. He now regretted not letting the elders break the rules and follow him secretly when he left the clan. Boom! The void trembled. That was a pure killing intent. Long Tongue's head was surrounded by an icy aura, as if it would fall off in the next moment. At the critical moment, his eyes turned red, burning his blood essence, erupting with his last resort, breaking free from the will of the rules of certain death. Crack! However, the hardest dragon horn on his head was cut off, falling to the ground with a thud, splashing 5-colored blood. Gu Changa put his fingers together and casually slashed down, still stepping forward at extreme speed. You! Long Teng's face was full of horror and a little despair. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his body couldn't stand steadily. Don't kill me, plunder. Gu Changa was very indifferent to this. Only these 2 words. The Luck Plunder card was activated. At the same time, a wisp of sword Chi, sharp as if it could destroy heaven and earth, easily piercing through Long Tongue's glabella, penetrating from front to back. Chapter 149. Uft! Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by a scream of despair. Long Tongue's glabella was directly pierced through by Gu Changa's sword gleam, creating a bloody hole that penetrated from the front to the back. However, this sword gleam had not dissipated yet and firmly pierced through Long Tongue's primordial spirit. There was still a look of horror and despair on his face, and he regretted it to the extreme. Long Tongue did not expect this at all. Even if he broke through this realm again, he was not Gu Changa's opponent at all. He was severely injured as soon as he made a move. The gap between the two was not something that he could make up for by increasing his realm. Thinking of this, Long Tongue was in despair. The terrifying pain was tearing at his primordial spirit, pierced through by the sword aura of the endless immortal mantra. After all, the endless immortal mantra was the strongest primordial spirit attack technique. Gu Changa's figure appeared in front of Long Tongue, his robes fluttering in the wind, his body clean. In everyone's eyes, he did not look like he had experienced a great battle at all. If one ignored the colorful blood on his hands, he looked handsome and elegant. At this moment, even Gu Xian was slightly dazed, not knowing what to think. Her small face was slightly red. After all, this was the real Gu Changa that she had imagined before, cold and cruel. At this time, Gu Changa's mind also sounded the notification of the successful use of the Luck Plunderer card. Ding! The Luck Plunderer card is successful. you have obtained 4,000 luck points. Long Tang's luck is 0, triggering the drop rule of the Son of Destiny killing. Gu Changa narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly returned to normal. As he expected, in a desperate state, the success rate of the Luck Plunder card was the highest. Now, the luck points on Long Tongue had already been transferred to him. The only remaining use was to see if there was anything good left after killing it. The additional Heavenly Dao treasure chest, plus the reward given by the system, could be considered a considerable income. At that time, Gu Changa could consider exchanging for another Transcendence Bone. After all, this thing was really powerful, allowing him to directly use the rule power without needing to rely on himself to comprehend it. In the end, it would be easy to directly overlap and even control the true laws and even the origin Dao. Lord Longtongue, surnamed Gu, if you know what's good for you, quickly release Lord Longtongue. At this time, many of Longtongue's followers reacted and shouted. Their faces changed greatly as they paled. They were incomparably worried and terrified, afraid that Gu Changa would directly kill Longtongue at this time. Even though the training in the immortal ancient continent was agreed upon by the various orthodoxies, the immortal ancient continent was not a place to be. After arriving here, life and death were not to be discussed. Not even the older generation were allowed to interfere and break the rules. But now Long Tongue was about to be killed. How could they sit still? However, out of fear of Gu Changa, this group of young creatures with either golden wings or bull horns only dared to shout at him, not daring to approach. They were not as stupid and arrogant as Long Tongue. They knew that they were no match for him, but they still wanted to go over and die. Even the Long Tongue who broke through to the true God realm in a desperate situation was also not Gu Changa's match. Who among the young generation in the immortal ancient continent could stop him? Gu Changa stared at this group of creatures, and an inexplicable thought flashed through his mind. In an instant, this group of creatures trembled all over. Their bodies were cold, and even their souls were trembling. This kind of gaze was filled with condescension and casualness, causing them to be completely frozen in place, not daring to move at all. Master, should we kill them? Seeing this, the followers behind Gu Changa also stepped forward. Some of them grinned, revealing a cold and cruel smile. Facing the powerful immortal ancient creatures, they were not afraid at all. Even someone as strong as Long Tongue was not Gu Changa's match. As followers, they were even more so. Kill, Gu Changa said indifferently. Killing one Long Tongue was the same as killing a group of creatures. To him, it was the same. Yes, master. The followers replied respectfully. Immediately, a great battle broke out again. Soon, all the cultivators and creatures on the mountain peak were in an uproar, discussing intensely. No one expected Gu Changa to be so ruthless and decisive, not planning to leave anyone alive. But Yu Mingkong, who knew Gu Changa well, knew that this was what Gu Changa would do. Anyone who dared to offend him would not have a good ending. Seems like the old man in the dark is not stupid. He did not dare to show himself to save Long Tongue. At this time, Gu Changa glanced at the sky in the east, and his smile was a little strange. He naturally sensed that there were immortal ancient continents, old antiques, spying on them, but he did not care at all. If he had to kill, he would kill. He did not have to worry at all. After all, the battle between him and Long Tongue was a battle between peers. Life and death were not to be discussed. If he interfered at this time, was he planning to slap all the other forces in the face? Even if the immortal ancient dragon clan saw this scene today, they would not dare to stop it. Soon, Long Tang's primordial spirit was shattered in Gu Changa's hand, and it disappeared in an instant. Yi Lang Tian, Wang Wushuang, Peng Fei, and the other young supremes were shocked when they saw the scene. They shook their heads and sighed, smiling bitterly in their hearts. Gu Changa's method was really strong. He did not plan to let Long Tongue live. If they were in his shoes, they would probably hesitate for a long time. However, Gu Changa was the successor of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, and the young master of the Longevity Gu clan, so the immortal ancient continent would not dare to do anything to him. If they really crossed the line, the other supreme Taoism and imperishable sects would not sit back and do nothing. After killing Long Tongue, Gu Changa threw the dragon corpse into his storage ring, not wanting to waste it. At least among those present, no one dared to say anything and take Long Tongue's corpse back from him. Even if the Dragon Clan's elites showed up, he would not care. Everyone looked at this scene with a complicated expression. They were so shocked that they could not calm down for a long time. What happened today shocked many of the younger generation in the immortal ancient continent, including the native living beings and the cultivators from the outside world. They needed time to calm down. Long Tongue, who was strong and confident and looked down on everyone, died just like that. Even his corpse was taken away by Gu Changa. However, if they were in his shoes, they would not let go of Long Tongue's corpse either. After all, it contained a lot of Long Tongue's true blood. It was a good choice to refine it slightly and use it with some herbs to refine the treasure body. It would be even better if they could get a glimpse of the Dragon Clan's innate treasure skill. Many people guessed that this was Gu Changa's real plan. At this moment, Gu Changa heard the system's notification in his mind. Ding! Mission to kill the son of Destiny, Long Tongue, completed. Calculating. The Son of Destiny's luck points have been cleared to 0. You have triggered the drop rule and obtained an additional Heavenly Tao Treasure Chest X1. Mission completed. You have obtained 3,000 luck points and 15,000 fate points. Speaking of which, these two gains were not small. He had obtained 4,000 luck points from plundering. Now he had obtained 3,000 luck points and 15,000 fate points from completing the mission. Gu Changa could do a lot of things again. Open the Heavenly Tao treasure chest. Very soon, he said in his mind. Every time he killed the Son of Destiny, he would obtain a lot of good things. He also wanted to know what Long Tongue would drop. Buzz! Soon, a dazzling golden treasure chest jumped out in front of Gu Changa. It looked very mysterious and fog surged around it. Then it opened with a bang. A 5-colored halo spread out from it, and a drop of sparkling blood that seemed to reflect the world floated in it. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining the 5-colored True Dragon's Blood Origin. Introduction. The 5-colored True Dragon's blood is the true blood under the True Dragon's hardest scales. It is extremely rare and contains the ultimate defense and recovery power. After seeing this introduction, Gu Changa couldn't help but nod slightly. He was quite satisfied. Speaking of which, he just treated Long Tongue as an experienced monster. It was a pleasant surprise for such an origin to drop. Gu Changa guessed that Long Tang's sudden increase in strength when he was in danger might be related to this 5-colored True Dragon's blood origin. Soon, Gu Changa fused with this talent. A warm and familiar feeling flowed into his limbs and bones. Even his cells seemed to be gushing with a vast amount of life essence. Kacha! Kacha! Gu Changa heard the sound of his muscles and bones transforming. It was as if they were quickly dissolving and then reassembling, covered with a subtle feeling like dragon scales. My physique has become much stronger. My vitality and defense. It seems that I have to develop in the direction of omnipotence. Gu Changa thought in his heart, but he quickly threw this thought away. His strength had always been increasing very quickly. These talents were just icing on the cake. Chi! Chi! Soon, all the cultivators and living beings who were watching the show from all over the mountain chose to leave. Streaks of divine rainbows swept across the land. Gu Xian secretly glanced at Gu Changa and then left with the big red bird. She didn't appear to greet him. She still hated the scene of Gu Changa bullying her. She originally wanted to see Gu Changa suffer once, but this Long Tongue was too useless. He was killed so easily by Gu Changa. This made Gu Xian, who wanted to find out more about Gu Changa's strength, a little angry. The news spread very quickly. Almost in an instant, it was transmitted by cultivators and living beings using shadow recording stones. The result of this battle was within the expectations of many, but the process in the middle was shocking and unbelievable. Not only was Long Ting defeated, he was also dead. Secondly, Gu Changa's strength was verified. His strength was beyond doubt. He had indeed entered the ranks of the young taboos, and this was only the most conservative estimate. Then, the news spread very quickly, causing a huge commotion in all areas of the immortal ancient continent. After all, not everyone came to watch the battle. In an instant, it caused a huge commotion among the immortal ancient clans. Gu Changa's name also became a taboo existence. Those who heard it were frightened, and those who saw it were frightened. Many living beings of the immortal ancient clans planned to avoid him. Even the strongest of their generation, Long Tongue, was killed. Now that they had encountered him, could they still survive? How could they encounter such a terrifying young existence in this life? His strength was so strong that it was ridiculous. This made many young people of the immortal ancient continent feel gloomy and gloomy. Then Gu Changa moved and stepped in front of Yu Mingkong's carriage. He looked straight at Yu Mingkong, who was sitting inside. Mingkong, after coming to the immortal ancient continent, you didn't take the initiative to look for your husband. You made me a little sad. Gu Changa said casually, as if he wanted to discuss this matter with Yu Mingkong. But there was no sign of sadness on his face. Greetings, young Master Changa, Yu Mingkong's followers said respectfully. Gu Changa waved his hand. They knew their identities, so they left quickly, leaving some space for the two of them. What's there to be sad about? I'm not around to hinder you. Isn't this what you want? Yu Mingkong, who had watched the battle from the beginning, suddenly felt a little alarmed. After all, she was guilty of scheming against Gu Changa. Gu Changa looked like he was going to settle the score with her. Hearing this, he said with a calm expression. It was obvious that he was very familiar with Gu Changa. She was very good at maintaining her composure. Why do I feel that you're a little nervous? Gu Changa seemed to see through her thoughts. Yu Mingkong looked at him through the curtain of the white jade carriage. At this time she was calm. She knew that she couldn't hide her scheming against Gu Changa from him. She answered, After all, I'm guilty. What are you guilty of? Gu Changa couldn't help but laugh. Of course I'm guilty. I'm afraid that you'll settle the score with me. Yu Mingkong's voice was cold and a little angry, but she was rolling her eyes in her heart. At this time, Gu Changa was still pretending not to know, but from Gu Changa's attitude, it seemed that he didn't care about this matter. She heaved a sigh of relief. What's there to settle the score with? After all, it's not your fault that you're good-looking. Gu Changa shook his head, giving a look that said, You're thinking too much. Then he said naturally, Only good-looking people would be coveted. This was a simple logic. Unfortunately, this Long Tongue had the wrong idea. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong was stunned. Then she blinked her eyes. She found it hard to believe. For a moment, she thought that she had misheard. Was Gu Changa praising her for being good-looking? Yu Mingkong couldn't help but feel a little happy. It wasn't easy to hear such words from Gu Changa. Chapter 150. Yu Mingkong sat quietly in the white jade carriage. Her hair was tied up in a snail bun, and her face was as beautiful as a painting. His black, gemstone-like, almond-shaped eyes were calm and deep. But at this moment, her face couldn't help but reveal a slight blush. Her expression seemed to be happy, but also seemed to be pleasantly surprised. It had to be said that Gu Changa's words disturbed her state of mind. After all, these words came from Gu Changa's mouth, and it was completely different from what others said. If others said this, she wouldn't care and wouldn't take it to heart. But when Gu Changa said it, the meaning was different. Yu Mingkong suddenly felt that Gu Changa had suddenly become enlightened. He also knew that she was good-looking. Yu Mingkong had always been very confident in her own charm. How many women in the world could be compared to her? But Gu Changa just couldn't be moved by her. Whether it was in her previous life or now, it made Yu Mingkong feel a little frustrated. Long Ting had thoughts that she shouldn't have. Letting him die like this is letting him off easy. Gu Changa said casually with a faint smile, as if he didn't know Yu Mingkong's current state of mind. After all, there was no need to pay any price to say some nice words, and what he said wasn't wrong. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong stared at him without blinking, as if she wanted to see through him. Long Ting is courting death. He can't blame others, she said calmly. Although she was happy in her heart, she didn't show it on her face. She revealed an indifferent expression. But Gu Changa knew that she liked to hear this kind of words, so he didn't care. He also smiled faintly. Indeed, he can't blame others. Even if I didn't kill him, Mingkong, you would probably do it. There was no one else here. Gu Changa might as well be frank with Yu Mingkong. As a reincarnator, Yu Mingkong should know what Long Ting's personality was like, but she had to scheme against him. This meant that even she hated Long Tongue and wanted to use him to get rid of Long Tongue. Gu Changa had always indulged and spoiled Yu Mingkong, so he was too lazy to care about her little thoughts. What do you mean? Yu Mingkong acted as if she didn't understand Gu Changa's words. She stared at him coldly. Gu Changa did not expose her and only laughed. Long Ting's corpse is in my hands. What exactly do you want from him? Tell me, and I might give you his body. Yu Mingkong was stunned. Gu Changa had hit the nail on the head. Recently, she had been thinking of ways to scheme against Long Tongue. What she longed for the most was Long Tongue's drop of 5 colored true dragon blood. It was said that Long Tongue obtained it by chance, and its origin was very mysterious and ancient. If she refined that drop of 5 colored true dragon blood, her strength would definitely increase greatly. Moreover, it also contained the powerful innate talent and surging vitality of the dragon clan. Yu Mingkong did not expect that Gu Changa would see through her little thoughts so quickly. She couldn't help but feel a little annoyed and frustrated. Why was she always in a weak position in front of Gu Changa? If I tell you, will you give me Long Teng's body? Yu Mingkong calmed herself down and asked, why have you always been so distrustful of your husband? Gu Changa said with a little regret. His expression really made it difficult for Yu Mingkong to guess what he was thinking. After a moment of silence, Yu Mingkong said, I heard that there's a drop of true dragon blood in Long Tongue's body. It's very useful to me. She didn't know if Gu Changa would go back on his word and not do as he said after telling this to Gu Changa. After all, he cultivated the mortal devouring demonic art, and the requirements for various kinds of physical origins were even more frightening. Long Teng's true dragon blood came from that ancient and mysterious primordial dragon. According to Gu Changa's selfish personality, he would definitely not let go of such a good thing. Even if she didn't say it, Gu Changa would probably be able to refine it. True dragon blood? Hearing this, Gu Changa was slightly stunned. He thought about the drop of 5 colored true dragon blood that he had fused with. Could it be the true dragon blood that Yu Mingkong mentioned? However, since it was an additional heavenly treasure chest obtained after killing Long Tongue, it should be a reward related to Long Tongue. This reward came from the system. Otherwise, it wouldn't be dropped after killing him after his luck points were reset to 0. In other words, there should be a drop of true dragon blood in Long Teng's body. To be honest, Gu Changa's first reaction was to take back what he had just said. This was a good thing that contained powerful spiritual energy and strong defensive attributes. Naturally, he had to keep it for himself. The more, the better. However, on second thought, he had already fused with 1 drop, and the effect would probably be greatly reduced. Moreover, Gu Changa had already sensed Yu Mingkong's resentment, although he couldn't tell anything from her calm expression through the curtain. How could this be hidden from his thoughts? At that moment, Gu Changa couldn't help but laugh. First, you're scheming for Yi Ling's inheritance, and now you're scheming for Long Tongue's true dragon blood. Mingkong, what are you thinking about all day? You're really full of evil ideas. These calculations are pretty good. It would have been better if she didn't listen. Once she heard Yu Mingkong, she was secretly annoyed. At that moment, she just wanted to strangle Gu Changa. Just now, she was actually a little happy because of Gu Changa's praise. What the hell? What did he mean by what she was thinking about all day? She was full of evil ideas? Before saying that, could he think about himself first? Yu Mingkong didn't know where Yi Ling had gone during this period. Presumably, with Gu Changa watching, she couldn't have any ideas about Yi Ling's inheritance. Now it seemed, now that Gu Changa said that, she probably didn't even need to think about this drop of true dragon blood. After that, Yu Mingkong didn't say anything. She looked like she didn't want to talk to Gu Changa at all. She seemed to be angry. Look at you. It's as if I'm bullying you. Gu Changa was still laughing. When he said that, he didn't have any self-awareness at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hearing that, Yu Mingkong suddenly looked up. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. She gritted her teeth on her picturesque face. She looked like she was extremely angry. That look was like an ice blade that wanted to stab him to death. Gu Changa, you're really shameless. You only know how to bully me all day. Besides that, what else can you do? She almost jumped out of the carriage. She couldn't bear it anymore. She was so angry at Gu Changa's words that she wanted to kill someone. She also felt a little wronged. What did he mean by, I'm bullying her? Wasn't that obvious? Seeing that, Gu Changa also saw the situation and stopped teasing her. He smiled faintly. I can give you Long Teng's body. But before that, you have to call me husband first. What? Yu Mingkong was suddenly stunned. Her bright eyes even widened slightly. She doubted her ears again. Gu Changa really intended to give Long Teng's body to her. He didn't covet that drop of true dragon's blood at all? He was so willing? Yu Mingkong suspected that she might have seen a fake Gu Changa today. Husband. But soon, afraid that Gu Changa would go back on his word, Yu Mingkong immediately shouted coldly. Her face was not red, and her heart was not beating fast. As for this sentence, she was not embarrassed to say it. Ordinary women might be bashful, but she was not. In her previous life, she and Gu Changa were already married. In this life, they were also husband and wife. These two words were simply a matter of course. Gu Changa smiled. I didn't expect Mingkong to be so obedient. Yu Mingkong suddenly felt that she had been played by him. But after saying that, in Gu Changa's storage ring, there was a flash of brilliance, and then an incomparably huge dragon corpse appeared in the void. Long Tongue was dead, and his corpse turned into its original form, which looked incomparably huge. But he was not the descendant of the true dragon, but a part of the true dragon's blood flowed in his veins. On the huge corpse, the vitality dissipated, but it still gave people a huge sense of pressure and power, as if it was made of green-black molten iron. The dragon scales were cold and dazzling, incomparably tough, and filled with a tyrannical aura. Yu Mingkong also stared at this huge dragon corpse. It had only been dead for a while, and its vitality had long dissipated, but Gu Changa had not touched it in the slightest. There were no traces of refining. This made her feel relieved. But soon Yu Mingkong was a little suspicious. Her eyes fell on Gu Changa's face and asked, You really don't plan to refine and devour this dragon corpse? Why? After all, Gu Changa had the devouring immortal demon technique. He was naturally very lacking in all kinds of physique sources. Would he be so kind as to give Long Tongue's true dragon's blood to her? Gu Changa didn't covet it? Was he really willing? One question after another appeared in Yu Mingkong's mind. Hearing this, Gu Changa couldn't help but smile faintly. Of course I plan to refine and devour Long Tongue's source, but since Mingkong wants it, then I'll give it to you. There's no need to ask. Of course, the main reason was that there were more cultivation resources waiting for him in the Black Sky Eagle clan's territory. Gu Changa didn't lack such a dragon corpse. Since Yu Mingkong wanted it, then he would give it to her. Hearing that, Yu Mingkong was stunned again. Gu Changa's answer suddenly made her a little at a loss. Logically speaking, with Gu Changa's previous character, it was impossible for him to agree to such a thing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be looking for cultivation resources everywhere, and even secretly making a move on some young geniuses. Long Tongue's source was still very precious. At least many young Supremes were far from it. But Gu Changa was willing to give it to her? Without any hesitation. This made Yu Mingkong couldn't help but feel moved in her heart, and the anger she had towards Gu Changa just now was almost gone. Since the dragon corpse is so important to you, you should keep it for yourself, Yu Mingkong said as if she had been possessed by something. But as soon as the words came out, she was stunned. She didn't expect that she would suddenly say this. It wasn't easy to get something from Gu Changa, and now she was giving it back? She was too much of a failure. Words that were said were like water that was spilled. Even if Yu Mingkong regretted it now, she could only endure and not show the slightest abnormality, lest Gu Changa laughed at her. Since I said I'll give it to you, then I'll give it to you. When Gu Changa heard this, he was a little stunned, and then couldn't help but laugh. Mingkong, you're so considerate of your husband, I'm a little touched. At this time, Yu Mingkong also calmed down and said naturally on her face, It's not too late for you to realize it now. Her words were full of dissatisfaction and resentment towards Gu Changa. Gu Changa shook her head and didn't say anything. She sighed and seemed to have something to say. However, he still didn't say anything. Of course, at this time he was laughing in his heart. To be honest, Gu Changa didn't expect Yu Mingkong to suddenly say this, which made him a little surprised. He had already given her the good stuff, but she still had to consider for herself. She was really stupid. Gu Changa didn't know what to say to her. However, he was also sure of one thing, even if he didn't do anything. In the end, Yu Mingkong's strength surpassed his, and even if she was strong enough to kill him, she would still be soft-hearted and unable to do it. At most, she would be like a wronged wife, stomping her feet, throwing the sword on the ground, and turning around to leave. In front of the world, she was clearly the cold-blooded and indifferent future empress. But how could she take revenge like this? However, Gu Changa also knew that Yu Mingkong's change in attitude was the result of his actions during this period of time, so it wasn't surprising. This was completely within reason. Immediately, Gu Changa didn't delay, and directly gave the dragon corpse to Yu Mingkong. Since he had promised something, he wouldn't easily go back on his words. Yu Mingkong looked at him silently and didn't know what to say for a while. Just now, she seemed to have caught something from Gu Changa's sigh. However, Gu Changa's silence made her feel a little annoyed. I'm leaving. In the end, Gu Changa didn't say much. He looked in the direction of the sky, called over his followers, and turned into divine rainbows. Then he led everyone away from this place. Just now, when he was fighting with Long Tongue, if he remembered correctly, there was a wave of cultivation fluctuation. Long Tongue had been killed, but there were still some things that needed to be resolved. The immortal ancient remnant race didn't dare to do anything, but they definitely wouldn't accept it. After all, Long Tang was a successor that they had painstakingly nurtured. He died before he could succeed. This was the logic behind Long Tongue. Long Tang's corpse is now in Yu Mingkong's hands. The immortal ancient remnant race might try to snatch it. She can't avoid some trouble, so I'll just take care of it for her, Gu Changa muttered to himself. Moreover, in view of today's situation, Gu Changa would let Yu Mingkong fiddle with her own opportunities for the time being. He had already done so much. Next, with Yu Mingkong's intelligence and her identity as an outer rebirth, she would definitely act according to Gu Changa's speculations. Gu Changa wasn't worried about this at all. We can put aside the matter of Yi Ling's reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate cave abode for now. According to normal circumstances, it's unlikely for him to find the mysterious cave abode in a short period of time, and it won't be that easy. Along the way, he might have to make a breakthrough in his cultivation or pick up a divine artifact or something. The wedding dress immortal art will also take time to infiltrate the entire Black Sky Eagle race, so it can't be rushed. Gu Changa led his many followers and chased after that aura. Many cultivators near the mountain peak had already left by this time. Only a few people stayed behind to greet Gu Changa. However, it was obvious that Gu Changa didn't care about them at all. Looking in the direction that Gu Changa disappeared, in the white jade carriage, Yuminkong had a complicated expression. Then, she rubbed her glabella, feeling very tired. It was mainly because of Gu Changa's actions today that made her feel even more puzzled. At that time, Gu Changa's fleeting emotions clearly indicated that he had something to say. This was clearly captured by Yuminkong. It was precisely because of this that she felt that perhaps Gu Changa had some reason. Whether it was in her previous life or in this life, she had never seen Gu Changa like this. According to Gu Changa's personality in her previous life, this was too strange. It was as if something had suddenly changed. But no matter what, Gu Changa's demonic nature is deeply rooted. Although he doesn't have any ill intentions towards me now, there's no guarantee that it will be the same in the future. In order to prevent the tragedy from repeating, I still have to become stronger. Now, Gu Changa's cultivation is even more unfathomable. If his current behavior is actually to confuse me, then it's too scary. Yuminkong was just guessing about the last possibility. After all, it wasn't very likely. Why would Gu Changa want to confuse her? She didn't need to think too much about it because there was no need to do so. However, this also strengthened her previous plan. After leaving the immortal ancient continent, she had to investigate everything about Gu Changa. Yuminkong didn't want to sit still and wait for death. Since the last time she saw Gu Changa at the Gu family, she realized that compared to before, Gu Changa had changed a lot. His attitude towards Gu Xian was the same as well. Then he took a stab and helped Gu Xian. All these seemed to be to make up for the harm he had done to Gu Xian. And today, for the first time, he gave her long tongue's blood of the real dragon. Yuminkong had always thought that Gu Changa was an absolutely cold person who put benefits above everything else. It was her misfortune to fall in love with such a person, not to mention that she loved him so deeply. This was already something that couldn't be described as misfortune. But now she saw a change in Gu Changa. This made Yuminkong feel hopeful. Go to the Baihang mountain range in the east. Then Yuminkong ordered to go to that place to make arrangements. Because according to the memory of her previous life, the Baihang mountain range was the place where immortal essences were born. Chapter 151. In the depths of a mortal ancient continent, in a vast primitive mountain range, there were many towering divine mountains. Endless fog shrouded them, and immortal light lingered. Divine light rushed into the heavens. Many powerful qi and blood fluctuations appeared in the horizon, causing the mountain range to rumble and shake like an earthquake. At this moment, this was a bleak scene. Many clansmen couldn't help but cry out in grief. Young Master Long Tongue was killed. No one even retrieved the corpse. A group of Dragon Clan creatures knelt in front of an ancient palace. Their faces were pale, without a trace of blood. Even their souls were trembling. This was a terrifying matter that shook the entire immortal ancient Dragon Clan. Long Teng was the hope of this generation. Many clan elders felt that Long Teng had the potential of a true dragon. In the future, he could wield the will of the heavens and sweep through everything. But now Long Tongue was killed. This made the entire immortal ancient Dragon Clan furious. Many clansmen were frightened, feeling disbelief. Because how could someone as powerful as Long Teng be killed by someone of the same generation? But this was the truth. If the person who killed Long Tongue was an ordinary person, it would be fine. But the other party was the young master of a longevity family from the outside world, and also the successor of an imperishable sect. With such a status, the immortal ancient Dragon Clan could do nothing to the other party. If that bottom line was really crossed, at that time, they would not only be facing one or two orthodoxies, but also many powers from the outside world. The entire immortal ancient continent would probably be turned upside down. We have to bear with this even if we can't. Long Tongue's skills were inferior, and he was defeated by someone of the same generation. Our clan has no complaints. Within the palace, a terrifying old man with a dragon horn spoke with a face full of grief, suppressing his voice. But we must retrieve his corpse after he dies. This is already the biggest concession we can make. If they couldn't even retrieve his corpse after he died, it would be a disgrace to the immortal ancient dragon clan's name. After Long Ting died, his spirit in heaven would not be able to rest in peace. Most importantly, the true dragon blood in Long Ting's body could not be lost. When the time came, they could use this to create another successor. Third Elder, what if young Master Gu doesn't agree? In the palace, someone could not help but ask, worried that Gu Changa would not return Long Tongue's corpse. He will return it. If he doesn't, then I'll use the Dragon Emperor token to unite with the other races and clean up the younger generation in the outside world. The grief on the Third Elder's face disappeared as he said coldly. He did not believe that when the time came, Gu Changa would be able to withstand such pressure. Once the Dragon Emperor token was issued, all the lost tribes in the immortal ancient continent had to obey them. However, in order not to cross that bottom line, all the young creatures in the immortal ancient continent would unite. This way, even if the other orthodoxies were enraged, they would not be able to find a reason to attack. After all, both sides had agreed that the older generation was not allowed to interfere. In his opinion, no matter how powerful Gu Changa was, he would have no choice but to retreat when facing the pressure of the immortal ancient clans. Their request was not excessive. They just wanted to return Long Tongue's corpse. Boom! At the same time, among the mountains and ruins, streams of flowing light streaked across the sky and into the distance. Upon seeing this, the expressions of many cultivators and beings changed drastically, and they all retreated in various directions. They were afraid that they would accidentally bump into this group of people. Everyone probably knew the young man who was leading the group. Even someone as powerful as Long Tongue, the leader of the immortal ancient clans, was killed by him. This incident caused a commotion in the immortal ancient continent, stirring up thousands of storms. To put it bluntly, there were no young creatures or cultivators who did not turn around after seeing Gu Changa. This is a real young taboo. His strength is boundlessly powerful. If you see him in the future, stay away from him. On a mountain peak, a young Heaven's Pride was solemnly explaining this to his junior brothers and sisters. Senior brother, what does he know? Didn't he kill the young people of the immortal ancient clans and intimidate the immortal ancient creatures? Why do we have to stay away from him? A more innocent girl looked at the departing figure of the young man who looked like an immortal. She could not help but blush and ask in confusion, "Don't think that he's a good person just because he's good-looking. You should know that many young supreme beings have died in his hands," the senior, martial brother said with a resentful look on his face. During this period of time, Gu Changa's followers could be seen everywhere in the immortal ancient continent where divine light rushed into the clouds. He did not show himself. Just the appearance of the followers made it so that no one dared to make a move to steal from them. Some people did not believe it and still wanted to steal the treasures. In the end, they were killed on the spot. This incident sent chills down the backs of many Heaven's Prides. There were many opportunities in the immortal ancient continent. If they encountered Gu Changa, they had no choice but to retreat. Therefore, when they encountered something good, they could only pray that Gu Changa would not find it. After all, in terms of strength, Gu Changa could really do whatever he wanted. Not to mention the other Heaven's Prides, Gu Changa even stole the treasures of the disciples of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Such a robber's behavior made many Heaven's Prides angry, but they did not dare to say anything. And now, Gu Changa was chasing after someone. He did not know that he had been targeted by the dragon tribe in the depths of the immortal ancient continent. Of course, if he knew, he would not care. He might even chuckle. What a coincidence! Because he also had his eyes on the immortal ancient continent's remnant tribe. To be honest, the Dragon Clan was his main target, because Gu Changa knew that when the immortal essence appeared in the future, it would definitely alarm the older generation and even affect many orthodoxies in the outside world. At that time, everyone would be in trouble. The immortal ancient continent's remnant tribe would not be spared. The Dragon Tribe's remnant tribe was definitely the tribe with the deepest foundation. The person who was spying in the dark back then has not shown himself after being chased by me for so many days. He sure is patient. Gu Changa narrowed his eyes. He was the only witness when he handed Long Tongue's corpse to Yu Mingkong. Since Long Tongue had the true dragon's blood in his body, his corpse was a hidden danger. Gu Changa did not know if the rest of the immortal ancient dragon tribe knew about this. If they knew, they would definitely think of a way to get Long Tongue's corpse back. After all, that drop of blood was equivalent to the blood of an ancestor. For the immortal ancient race, who valued bloodlines, its value and importance was self-evident. Therefore, it was very likely that he would become the target of the immortal ancient dragon tribe for a period of time. The immortal ancient dragon tribe thought that Long Tongue's corpse was in his hands. They did not know that he had already handed the corpse to Yu Mingkong. The only witness was the person he was currently chasing. Gu Changa had already planned to make a fuss about this matter. Naturally, he would not allow this matter to be exposed. Besides, he was the one who killed Long Tongue. If the immortal ancient dragon tribe found out that the corpse was not in his hands, they would find trouble with Yu Mingkong and implicate her. What would that count as? Would that count as him tricking Yu Mingkong? Gu Changa had never considered doing this. Although Yu Mingkong would occasionally trick him and secretly scheme against him, Yu Mingkong truly loved him deeply. Gu Changa was not heartless. He could naturally feel this. That was why he doted on Yu Mingkong so much. Gu Changa was planning to get rid of this hidden danger to ensure that Yu Mingkong would not be implicated. Of course, I can't do this for free. I have to find a way to let Yu Mingkong know. Gu Changa thought of this and could not help but smile. He was not prepared to be a nameless hero. If he did a good deed and did not let others know, then what was the point of doing a good deed? He wanted nothing more than for Yu Mingkong to know that he had taken the initiative to protect his woman. She would definitely be moved to tears. "Anne, why aren't you running anymore?" Suddenly, Gu Changa's thoughts returned. He noticed that the aura in front of him had stopped and did not continue to go deeper. There were mountains nearby, but there was a relatively remote city in the middle. The city was not very big and could only accommodate a few 100,000 people. However, most of them were creatures of the immortal ancient, and very few were cultivators from the outside world. Gu Changa felt that the aura should be hiding in the city. Immediately, he did not hesitate in the slightest and rushed over with the people behind him. "After running for so many days, are you planning to tell me all your cards? Or are you waiting for my arrival in the city in front and secretly setting up a trap? Or are you planning to mix in, hide your aura, and use this to escape?" Gu Changa narrowed his eyes. To be able to be chased by him for so long, the strength of the opponent was definitely powerful. It was impossible for him to be of the younger generation. However, he did not care in the slightest. The fact that the dragon corpse was not in his hands could not be exposed during this period of time. "Seal the city in front for me. If anyone suspicious comes out, capture them or kill them." Gu Changa ordered the followers behind him. Then he took the lead and turned into a divine rainbow. "Yes, master." Soon, a group of powerful creatures and cultivators surrounded the ancient city in front of them. Surging divine lights of all colors appeared in all directions, planning to lock down all the skies. At the same time in the city, a middle-aged woman with golden wings was strolling on the streets, not continuing to run. She was frowning in thought, her expression gloomy. Logically speaking, Long Tongue was killed, and the Dragon Clan was furious. I shouldn't have this kind of vague uneasiness. After all, This has nothing to do with me. Also, who exactly has been chasing me these past few days? She muttered to herself, feeling that her heart was not calm. This was a very terrifying intuition. No one would dare to believe it if she said it out loud. That was why she had been running the entire time, not daring to stop at all. After witnessing the battle between Long Tongue and Gu Changa, she did not leave, but secretly observed for a while. She felt that Long Ting's matter would not be so simple. Perhaps she could use this to curry favor with the Dragon Clan and improve her status in the clan. In the immortal ancient continent, the Dragon Clan was the absolute overlord and the royal family, ruling over everything. Right, it should be Gu Changa. That young taboo from the outside world seemed to have noticed me at that time. If it is him, why is he chasing me? Is it because I saw him give Long Tongue's corpse to his fiancée? Asking for fresh flowers. Thinking of this, the middle-aged woman with golden wings suddenly had a flash of light in her eyes. What is hidden in Long Tongue's corpse? Why is he chasing after me? Or is it because of other reasons? At this time, the uneasiness in her heart grew stronger. The middle-aged woman with golden wings suddenly changed her expression. She felt several powerful auras coming from the horizon, and knew that it was the group of people who had been chasing her. In this city, there were several young members of her clan, so she planned to use this opportunity to inform her clan to come and help. She had never thought that there would be a time when she would be chased by a young junior. However, the other party's strength was so strong that it made her heart beat faster. Even as a divine realm existence, she was afraid and was not confident that she could take him down. Third Aunt, why are you here? At this time, in front of a pavilion, several young creatures, both male and female, recognized the middle-aged woman with golden wings and could not help but shout in surprise. Shwe, why are you all here? The middle-aged woman with golden wings frowned and hurried to the pavilion. The uneasiness in her heart grew stronger. At the same time, the middle-aged woman with golden wings glanced outside the city. Seeing that no one had landed here, she heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, several young creatures led her to the pavilion. Third Aunt, I heard that you went to watch the battle this time. Is Lord Long Tongue really dead? Along the way, several young creatures revealed expressions of grief and disbelief as they questioned the golden-winged middle-aged woman. The leader of the younger generation, Long Tongue, had died in that battle, which was a heavy blow to them, and they were unwilling to accept it. Many people didn't believe it. When she heard this, the middle-aged woman with golden wings frowned and said, Why are you all asking about this? Also, why are there so many people gathered here? 00, she noticed that there were many young creatures in the pavilion, all of them from immortal ancients, various clans, younger generation. We're discussing how to get revenge for Lord Longtongue. Think of a way to kill that great evil named Gu Changa. When she heard this, a young woman stood out. Her facial features were pretty, and she was quite pretty. She also had a pair of wings behind her. When Gu Changa was mentioned, it was full of hatred and killing intent, as if she really wanted to hack him to pieces. She was one of Long Tongue's admirers. This time, Long Tongue was defeated and killed, his reputation sweeping the floor, triggering a huge commotion among immortal ancients' clans. This was especially the case for those who normally admired Long Tongue, so the blow was even greater. In their hearts, Long Tongue was an undefeated legend. Even now, there were still many people who weren't willing to believe this matter. Right now, many people were gathered in the pavilion to discuss this matter. Many of them hadn't even seen Gu Changa before, but that didn't affect their hatred for Gu Changa. Among the many young supreme beings who came to immortal ancient continent, they only remembered Gu Changa. When the middle-aged woman with golden wings heard this, she sighed slightly. Even though she also wanted to take action to capture Gu Changa and serve the Dragon Clan. However, at that time, under the gazes of so many people, she didn't dare to do so at all. Moreover, she felt that with her own strength, she might not be able to do so. Don't talk about it anymore. You all should speak less about this matter. Gu Changa's strength is too great, not something that can be solved through discussion. She shook her head, directly pouring cold water on this group of youngsters. Impossible. Gu Changa definitely used some kind of trick back then. Otherwise, his strength is far inferior to Lord Longtongue's. It is definitely impossible for him to defeat Lord Longtongue. Some young creatures didn't believe it, their faces turning red. The human race of the outside world is despicable. In my opinion, that Gu Changa is nothing more than a despicable person. I heard that he only succeeded because he launched a sneak attack. If he fought Lord Longtongue fair and square, he would definitely be the one to die. The woman who spoke just now also said hatefully, not willing to accept it at all. Hearing the words of the middle-aged woman with golden wings, it was like igniting a bomb. All the young creatures in the pavilion began to shout in indignation and indignation. They said that Long Tongue was so great and invincible, and that his opponent was a despicable and shameless person who won by using improper means. Hearing these words, the middle-aged woman with golden wings' expression changed slightly, and she felt helpless. She was there, so she naturally knew that these rumors were just words used by the races of immortal ancient to smear Gu Changa and elevate Long Tongue. At this time, she couldn't pour cold water on them and attack them. This kind of unity to resist the cultivators of the outside world wasn't a bad thing. Moreover, they needed a Gu Changa to vent their anger on the younger generation of the various races of immortal ancient. That was why, when she saw the young creature's resentful expressions, she nodded. She nodded and said, "You're right. I was also there at the time. Lord Longtongue, indeed, died very sullenly. His opponent was very despicable, using all kinds of underhanded moves. Lord Longtongue disdained to make a move." As she spoke, the middle-aged woman with golden wings suddenly shivered, as if she was being stared at by some terrifying existence. At the entrance of the pavilion, a young man in moon-white feathered clothes walked in unhurriedly with his hands behind his back. He had a calm smile on his face. "What are you talking about? Since it's so lively, why don't you let me listen as well?" The middle-aged woman with golden wings looked at him, her pupils constricting. A terrifying chill appeared on her back. Her entire body was ice-cold, as if she had fallen into an ice house. Chapter 152. In the pavilion, the golden-winged, middle-aged woman felt cold all over. At this moment, even her divine soul was trembling. She didn't even dare to turn her head, for fear that the young creatures behind her would see her pale face. Gu Changa, how did he find her? And when did he walk in? Why was it that none of the immortal ancient creatures outside detected it? The golden-winged, middle-aged woman felt cold all over. She was from the Golden Crow clan. Of course, she only had a part of the Golden Crow's blood flowing in her veins. She wasn't a real Golden Crow. Although her strength was only in the divine realm, she could be considered one of the best in the same realm. Facing Gu Changa, she only felt fear and trepidation. This young man was so powerful that it made people feel terrified. Especially just now, she even slandered Gu Changa behind his back. Gu Changa definitely heard those words. At this moment, the golden-winged middle-aged woman felt extremely desperate. "Why didn't you continue? I'm still very curious," Gu Changa asked. Then he casually found a place to sit down with a faint smile on his face, as if he had returned to his own home. He didn't feel unnatural or embarrassed at all. The young creatures in the pavilion were still a little confused at this moment. They hadn't realized why a human had suddenly walked in. Most of them had only heard of Gu Changa's name, but no one had actually seen his real face. Many people even guessed that Gu Changa was a ferocious and ugly person, but they didn't think of this elegant young man in front of them at all. "Who are you? How did you get in?" At this moment, the beautiful woman with wings frowned and asked unhappily. She had never had a good impression of the human race. To them, who had always valued bloodline inheritance, The human race was so despicable that they couldn't be compared to the ancient and honorable ones. But now that the immortal ancient continent had opened, a large number of humans had poured in, which made them feel extremely disgusted. Of course I walked in. The door is right there and no one stopped me, Guchanga replied naturally. After all, who could stop him from walking freely in the sun of the void? Unless a saint realm existence sealed the space. But how many saints could there be in such a small city? Here, he could do whatever he wanted. When they heard that no one was stopping Guchanga, quite a few young creatures were still frowning in disbelief. It was impossible to enter this small gathering without an invitation. But why would a human have an invitation? Or was the servant at the door seeing things? Gu. At this time, the golden-winged middle-aged woman reacted with a trembling voice. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Guchanga with a chuckle. We've been friends for so many days, so there's no need to say these words. After chasing the golden-winged middle-aged woman for so many days, it wasn't wrong to call her an old friend. Hearing this, she gave Guchanga a smile that was uglier than crying. Young master, you must be joking! She felt a chill run down her back, as if she was facing an exceptional vicious beast. She couldn't even speak clearly. Guchanga definitely had the power to kill all of them here. At this moment, their lives were in Guchanga's hands. She didn't dare to reveal Guchanga's true identity. She didn't know what Guchanga's purpose was, but she was sure that he didn't have good intentions. Third aunt, who is he? A young woman with golden wings asked. She was also very dissatisfied, so she didn't directly ask Guchanga to leave. Shwe, the middle-aged woman, smiled bitterly. She didn't know what to say at this time. Her heart was full of fear. Guchanga acted as if he didn't see these creatures' hateful expressions. He poured himself a cup of wine, raised it to his lips, and took a sip. He couldn't help but smile and praise. This wine is not bad. It contains many kinds of celestial fruits. Hearing this, someone immediately showed a disdainful expression and said, This is wine that only exists in the immortal ancient continent. You can't drink it in the outside world. You can't see it, even if you want to. Guchanga nodded in agreement. Yes, but it doesn't matter. I will drink it in the future. No one understood the meaning behind his words. At this moment, they didn't know why, but they felt uncomfortable and uneasy. This young man had an aura that made them tremble. Who are you? Why did you come to our banquet? Someone couldn't help but shout. They couldn't see through Guchanga's power, but since he was about the same age as them, he shouldn't be too powerful. After all, the cultivators in the outside world were known to be weaker than them. Even Lord Longtang was a whole realm higher than his opponent. If he hadn't been used despicable means, how could he have been killed? This was a pain in their hearts forever. They didn't have a good impression of this strange man in front of them. They couldn't wait to attack and kill him. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I am very interested in what you said just now. Guchanga smiled casually. He looked at everyone in front of him with interest. This game of cat and mouse was really interesting. At the same time, he glanced at the golden-winged, middle-aged woman. There was an indescribable meaning in his eyes. The middle-aged woman understood the meaning, and her face became even paler. If you dare to say my identity, all of you here will die. This was Guchanga's intention. Her entire body was trembling, unable to suppress the fear. Third aunt, what's wrong? The woman who spoke just now noticed her abnormality and couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman hurriedly shook her head and said, I'm fine, I'm fine. The group of young creatures present were not stupid. They had clearly sensed the abnormality from this place. Why was this expert from the Golden Crow clan so scared when this young man came in? This is the territory of our immortal ancient clans. No matter how arrogant this person is, what does he dare to do? Some people felt disdain, thinking that no matter how terrifying this man was, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble in their territory. What did you say? We were obviously talking about that despicable guy. named Guchanga. We will kill him and take revenge for Lord Longtongue." Immediately, a beautiful woman with feathers said hatefully. Her voice was full of killing intent and anger. "He is the young genius of your human race. In a fair battle, he used despicable methods to kill Lord Longtongue. We will remember this grudge." The other creatures also said. At this moment, it seemed that all the hatred was directed at Guchanga. Everyone could not wait to crusade against him. They didn't notice that when the golden-winged middle-aged woman heard this, she was trembling like a sieve. Her face, which was facing away from them, was completely pale. Oh, how despicable and shameless was Guchanga! Hearing this, Guchanga's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he asked with interest. He didn't have the slightest self-awareness of being a great villain. "Humph, that guy first launched a sneak attack during the battle, then used the creatures of our immortal ancient clans as a threat. He told Lord Longtongue not to resist or he would kill. Lord Longtongue didn't resist for the sake of the overall situation. Otherwise, how could a puny Nihility realm cultivator like him hurt Lord Longtongue?" When they heard this, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. It was as if their anger had been ignited. They were incomparably indignant and murderous. At this moment, the entire pavilion was filled with their anger and hatred. Oh, in that case, Guchanga is really a despicable and shameless villain. Hearing this, Guchanga still raised his glass and took a sip of wine. He nodded with a look of agreement. Hearing him say this, everyone was a little stunned. They thought that, as a human, he would try to defend himself. However, they didn't expect him to agree. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Some people's attitudes even softened. It seems that Guchanga isn't a good person among the human race. I really don't know where the name of the young taboo came from. He doesn't deserve it. However, the feathered woman was still speaking hatefully. Her words showed that she couldn't wait to tear Guchanga into pieces. At this time, the golden-winged, middle-aged woman's face was ashen. She felt that Guchanga's aura had already locked onto her. As long as she made the slightest move, she would face Guchanga's thunderous attack. Therefore, she didn't even dare to say a word. However, I think you guys are still wrong about one thing, Guchanga said with a smile. The expression on his face even made them feel like they were bathed in a spring breeze. What's wrong? Someone was stunned and then asked. Guchanga is indeed despicable and shameless, but he loves to kill innocent people the most. For example, especially those who slander him behind his back, he shows no mercy. Guchanga smiled faintly and replied, "Right." As he spoke, he asked the golden-winged, middle-aged woman behind him. When the middle-aged woman heard this, her entire body trembled. She quickly turned around and squeezed out a smile. "Young master, what are you saying? This is all fake, all fake. These rumors are all fake. They were merely slandered maliciously by others. Back then, Longtongue had no strength to resist at all," she continued to speak. However, these words immediately made the young creatures widen their eyes. They were all wondering if they heard wrong. Someone was so angry that his face turned red. He shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could Lord Longtongue be defeated in a direct confrontation? How was this possible? This was simply a fantasy story. This was something impossible. Lord Longtongue was born undefeatable, destined to sweep through the world. He is the young leader of immortal ancients, various clans. There is no way he would lose, especially to a human." Many people shouted, feeling like their beliefs were being insulted. These words made the golden-winged, middle-aged woman's entire body tremble uncontrollably. She wanted to stop them, but it was too late. "Yeah, what nonsense are you spouting? I, Guchanga, am nothing more than a despicable person. How could I be as strong as you say?" At this time, Guchanga also stared at her, speaking. The smile on his face didn't diminish, becoming even more interested. "What? These words immediately made the young creatures in front of him stunned, and then they became stupefied. A few people didn't even react. The woman who hated Guchanga so much, the one who was furious, was also stupefied. She pointed at him, momentarily speechless. What did you say?" She was incomparably shocked, simply unable to believe this. Did they hear wrong? This young man in front of them was actually Guchanga. When they reacted, this group of creatures immediately widened their eyes, their bodies becoming ice cold. They froze in place, as if they fell into an ice cellar. Especially just now, they were actually cursing Guchanga in front of Guchanga. Their scalps were going numb, finding this hard to believe. "Didn't you just say you wanted to kill me to get revenge for Longtongue? Now I am right in front of you all?" Guchanga said with a playful expression, like a cat playing with a mouse. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, and the entire pavilion rumbled, as if a thick fog was rising. Runes flickered, as if it had been absorbed into a world. "No!" The winged woman who was cursing him in front of him was struck by a terrifying force in fear, horror, and despair. She exploded into a bloody mist on the spot, her body and soul destroyed. The rest of the people came to their senses, knowing that a battle to the death was unavoidable today. Fight out with him. Avenge Lord Longtongue. Kill. This group of young creatures was furious, but at the same time they were frightened to find that the world had been sealed. Their only way was to kill Guchanga in front of them, or else they wouldn't be able to escape at all. Boom! All kinds of divine lights appeared on their bodies. They covered all directions, hazy and blurry. Some took out their Dharma artifacts, some tore divine talismans, and some roared loudly, displaying their strongest means to break out. At this moment, they seemed to have become warriors who were ready to die, ready to fight to the death with Guchanga, the great villain. "Guchanga, if you have anything to do with me, come at me. Let them go." At this time, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. The middle-aged woman did not have the slightest hesitation. She stood in front of Guchanga with trembling words. A powerful aura began to rise from her body. Her divine realm cultivation base was undoubtedly displayed. The terrifying and surging divine realm Dharma body was like a galaxy incomparably vast, as if it was about to rush out of the pavilion and appear outside. "Let them go? Who will let me go?" Guchanga smiled faintly. Buzz. The divine light was as heavy as billions of stars. As Guchanga's palm fell, the sky and earth turned upside down, and the universe shook as if billions of stars were falling. Puff! The golden-winged, middle-aged woman suddenly coughed up blood as if she was struck by lightning. She was slapped to the ground, and her body exploded. Countless bones were broken. "How can you be so strong?" Her expression was filled with despair and disbelief. After all, she was a divine realm Dharma body. She was usually high and mighty, so powerful that she could easily slaughter an entire city. She knew that she might not be a match for Guchanga, but that should be after Guchanga used many methods. In the end, in front of Guchanga, she could not even withstand a single slap. At this moment, her divine soul was trembling, and she was in extreme despair. It was not an accident that Longtongue was killed by such a young taboo. He was so powerful that it made people despair. Even the older generation might not be a match for him. So who in the younger generation could compete with him? How is this possible? What? Even Third Ant is not a match for him? Third Ant is a divine realm Dharma body. Could it be that Lord Longtongue was really killed by him? Witnessing this scene with their own eyes, all the living beings were in despair. The most powerful existence around them was almost killed by Guchanga's palm. What did they count for? What a pity. I wanted to play with you for a while more. Guchanga's expression was regretful, but there was not much regret in his words at all. Boom! He quickly attacked, too lazy to waste any more time. His large palm crossed the space in front of him, and in an instant, It was as if he had split open the universe. This space had been sealed, so the commotion here would not be leaked out at all. Boom! A terrifying aura appeared, turning into a huge millstone that was enough to crush everything, so powerful that it made people's divine souls tremble. No, I don't want to die. It was accompanied by screams. The bloody mist collapsed one after another. No matter how the young living beings in front of him resisted, it was useless. The difference was too great. Except for one person who survived, the rest of the living beings were all destroyed here. The one who survived was a terrified, pale woman with feathers on her body. She was looking at Guchanga in horror. "Don't kill me." She trembled in fear. She never thought that all of them combined could not be compared to Guchanga's casual palm. This person was simply too terrifying. They were completely no match for him. Guchanga looked at her and smiled faintly. "No rush. I won't kill you now. Why are you doing this?" At the side, the golden-winged middle-aged woman was obviously in despair. She wanted to use her heavenly god's celestial artifact, but as Guchanga attacked again, it directly exploded in the void with a bang and turned into ashes. He smashed it with one palm. Her face was pale, completely drained of blood. "You saw something you shouldn't have seen. Can you blame me?" Guchanga smiled casually. "After doing this, it was as easy as killing a group of ants. I can swear on my Tao heart that I won't tell anyone. Please spare my life." The golden-winged, middle-aged woman was in despair. She did not expect that because of a trace of thought, she would bring about such a disaster. She could not help but kneel on the ground, wanting to beg for mercy, wanting to live. No one wanted to die. Compared to swearing on one's Tao heart, I still believe in the dead. Guchanga smiled faintly, not prepared to let her go. He had always been meticulous in his actions and would not leave behind any hidden dangers. Then he attacked and smashed the middle-aged woman to death with a single palm, destroying her body and soul. After doing all this, he did not choose to leave. Instead, he was waiting for the right time. After all, Guchanga did not plan to deal with this scene. Otherwise, how could he let others know that he had done such a good deed? The woman he left alive was obviously scared silly. Previously, she had even said that she wanted to kill Guchanga to avenge her Lord Longtongue. But now, she was just short of urinating on the spot. Speaking of which, at this time, someone should have noticed the abnormality here. Guchanga estimated the time and then retracted the array patterns that enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood drifted out. Soon, many of the living beings on the street sensed it. What a strong smell of blood! What's going on? What happened? Why is there such a strong smell of blood? Someone was shocked, hurrying towards the direction of this aura. Damn it! Immediately, a powerful creature noticed the scene in the pavilion. His expression immediately changed, becoming furious as he rushed over. Soon after, they saw the scene there. Within the bloody mist, a young man was currently leisurely slapping a featherman race heaven's pride to death. Sensing their arrival, he seemed to be a bit surprised. "Huh, someone actually noticed me?" After speaking, the space in front of the young man became blurry. He turned around and stepped inside. Behind him, a large group of experts from various clans rushed over, but they did not have time to stop him. Their faces were ashen as they roared towards the sky. "Damn it! Coming to our territory to kill people. This is simply going too far." They roared angrily, going crazy with hatred, releasing shocking roars. There were even their clansmen here. This grudge had to be avenged. The most important thing was that they did not even see who that young man was, what he looked like. Chapter 153. Buzz. In the void, 3,000 miles away from the ancient city, Guchanga's figure walked out of it. He turned around and looked at the chaotic city with a smile on his face. He did not feel guilty at all. Didn't the various clans of a mortal ancient want to take revenge on him? Then let's see who's faster. Of course, the main reason was that Gu Changa wanted to get rid of the hidden danger of exposing the dragon corpse first. When the time came, even if the various clans of Immortal Ancient suspected him, there was nothing they could do. It might even increase the hatred between the various clans of Immortal Ancient and the orthodoxies of the outside world. Gu Changa's plan was vicious, killing two birds with one stone. When the time came, the waters of Immortal Ancient would become even more chaotic, which was a good thing for him. Master, we've gotten rid of all the suspicious people. Soon, Gu Changa's followers from all over the place rushed over and reported respectfully. They obeyed Gu Changa's orders and stopped the suspicious living beings nearby. Hearing this, Gu Changa nodded and said, "Very good. Let's go." In this way, the living beings who saw him coming here were also dealt with. Coincidentally, he controlled the time very well. When he was discovered, he was killing people. Otherwise, it would seem too deliberate, and it would have the opposite effect. Gu Changa's plan was to let Yu Mingkong guess that he was protecting her. However, he could not make it too obvious. Otherwise, when the time came, Yu Mingkong would suspect him again. That would not be good. Gu Changa naturally did not like to do a good deed, but still be unknown in the dark. Otherwise, what was the point of doing a good deed? To him, if he spent a bit of effort to do a good deed, he would definitely spend a lot of effort to publicize it. Otherwise, when the time came, how could he make Yu Mingkong so moved? He wanted her to understand that her husband was also very good to her. At the thought of this, Gu Changa also left with his followers. He did not plan to stay any longer. Soon, many of the Heaven's Prides of Immortal Ancient clans were ambushed by a young supreme being of the human race during a gathering. This shocked the entire Immortal Ancient clans. The Featherman race and the Golden Crow race were incomparably furious. This was because many of the geniuses from the two clans had also died. It was during that banquet that their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. Not even a speck of dust was left. Moreover, one of the Golden Crow clan's heavenly deity realm experts was also killed, causing a huge commotion, because that was no longer something that could be done by the younger generation with their own strength, or they could rely on external forces, such as artifacts, secret treasures, and so on. Either that, or they had incomparably terrifying strength that could kill heavenly deities. Moreover, the fluctuations at that time were not large. Otherwise, it would not have caused such a small commotion that many experts only discovered later. This was a great humiliation for Immortal Ancients' various clans, making them incomparably furious. They began to search everywhere. In that instant, quite a few Immortal Ancient clans began to suspect who exactly did this. After all, to be able to silently sneak into the ancient city, avoid everyone, and then silently kill people before safely retreating. Such a method was obviously not something that an ordinary young genius could do. Apart from a few young supreme martial artists who possessed extreme speed, there were probably not many who could do it. And what was the reason for this? Why did he do this? Unfortunately, everyone there died, their bodies and souls directly erased. Even if they wanted to investigate, it would be difficult to find anything. Then many Immortal Ancient creatures narrowed down the scope of their guesses, in the end settling on a few heavenly geniuses from the outside world. Among them, Gu Changa was the most suspicious and also the most likely culprit. Only, no one could prove that this was done by him. Towards this, Gu Changa naturally acted like he didn't know what was going on, putting on a "stop talking, it wasn't me" look. This made many Immortal Ancient creatures furious. They were already certain that this was done by Gu Changa. However, even though they were certain, they couldn't bring out any proof. In that instant, after Long Ting's death, Immortal Ancients' clans stirred up great waves again. Many young creatures gathered on their own, planning to suppress Gu Changa. These actions unavoidably harmed other young cultivators. The gap and hatred between the outside world and Immortal Ancients' clans also continuously grew. During this period of time, one could often see creatures from both sides kill until their eyes turned red. For the sake of a bit of opportunity, they continuously fought, blood flowing in all directions. Meanwhile, immortal ancient dragon clan also released news, having Gu Changa hand over Long Teng's corpse, or else suffer the consequences. In that instant, these words triggered a huge commotion. Towards this, Gu Changa's reply was also extremely domineering. Impossible. It was to the extent where he even said that immortal ancient dragon clan's younger generation had to appear, or else he would kill every single one he saw. These words were naturally not just empty words. After saying this that very day, Gu Changa then brought his majestic followers, searching everywhere for young creatures related to immortal ancient dragon clan, wantonly killing them. His domineering actions left immortal ancients' clans and the outside world's inheritances endlessly shaken. Immortal ancient continent stirred up a storm of blood. However, immortal ancient dragon clan still didn't dare send their younger generation to contend against Gu Changa. The higher-level clansmen's expressions became ugly to the extreme. Several clan elders, even more so, smashed apart the clan's jade table. 100 horizontal mountain range, within a grand and majestic historical ruin. Yu Mingkong led a group of followers, occupying this place, as if waiting for something. Apart from her, only a few cultivators and creatures were in this area. Just as Gu Changa predicted, she naturally also learned of the news from these past few days. It seems like after he disappeared, he went to hunt down the expert that was hiding in the dark. Yu Mingkong stood on top of a mountain peak, her expression calm and profound. Her bare feet were purer than snow, her hair danced in the wind, her dress fluttering in the wind as she gazed at the fog-shrouded historical ruin ahead. Right now, she was muttering to herself, recalling the direction Gu Changa left in. Others might not know why Gu Changa killed that Golden Crow clan's heavenly deity realm existence, but with her intelligence she was able to guess. Back then, when Gu Changa gave her the dragon corpse, that Golden Crow clan expert seemed to have seen it. So, Gu Changa went to hunt him down for this reason. In this way, apart from Gu Changa, no one else knew that the dragon corpse was on her. Gu Changa was protecting her, taking the blame for her. Changa, what on earth are you thinking of doing this? Yu Mingkong's eyes suddenly became a little blurred, and her nose became a little sour. In her previous life, Gu Changa would never do this. He would even be eager to spread the news that she had the dragon corpse on her. How could he protect her like this, taking the blame for the dragon corpse on himself and attracting the wrath of the immortal ancient dragon clan? To be honest, at this moment, she was really moved. It seems that when he was silencing her, he was noticed by the other clans in Immortal Ancient. However, in this way, not only did he attract the wrath of the Immortal Ancient Dragon clan, but he also attracted the wrath of the other clans. Yu Mingkong's brows furrowed tightly. She suddenly wanted to move and look for Gu Changa. Even someone as strong as Gu Changa would not have an easy time if he was targeted by all the clans of Immortal Ancient. It was true that she wanted to take revenge for her last life, but she would not let others hurt Gu Changa. This was a private matter between her and Gu Changa. She could not see Gu Changa in danger and not do anything. However, when the immortal essence appears, many old antiques will come. At that time, the clans of Immortal Ancient will definitely be more restrained. It's best for me to stay here. The Immortal Road is hidden in the 100 horizontal mountain range. When it opens, I can be the first to enter. After thinking seriously, Yu Mingkong felt that it was best to stay here. In her previous life, Gu Changa was able to quietly steal the immortal essence from the hands of many old antiques. He definitely had many life-saving methods. She was obviously overthinking. At this time, no matter how much the clans of Immortal Ancient hated Gu Changa, they would not dare to send the older generation to take action. Thinking of this, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, she was hesitating whether to reveal the immortal essence to Gu Changa in advance. After all, many things had proven that Gu Changa was really different. At the same time, an Immortal Ancient continent. In a remote courtyard in the Black Sky Eagle clan's territory, a young man named Hei Ming was sitting cross-legged. Wisps of black fog curled around his face, like silk threads, floating continuously. It was very strange. Then he opened his eyes, and there was a flash of excitement. "How long has it been?" "It hasn't even been a month, and I broke through to the Holy Lord realm. I was only in the Transcendent realm before. At this speed, I can break through to the Emperor realm in half a year at most. Then I will surpass my sister and become the absolute genius of the Black Sky Eagle clan," Hei Ming said excitedly. If it was a month ago, he definitely would not have dared to think like this. But now, not only did it happen, his cultivation had even broken through 2 major realms, and it was still increasing every day. This level was simply inconceivable. The wedding dress immortal art was too terrifying and heaven-defying. A while ago, his sister Hei Yenyu had provided part of the wedding dress immortal art to a group of elders, shocking the entire clan and causing a huge commotion. After many elders studied it, they concluded that this was definitely an immortal art that contained the supreme Tao and could lead directly to the immortal path. This shocked everyone in the Black Sky Eagle clan, and they treated it as a supreme treasure. A group of elders and higher-ups studied it and found that the cultivation that had been stuck for a long time was showing signs of loosening. This made them even more surprised and overjoyed. Everyone thought that this was a good opportunity for the Black Sky Eagle clan to rise up and swallow the other 4 clans, and then dominate the immortal ancient continent. An immortal art. This was something that could be passed down for thousands of years, a supreme treasure that could be passed down as a foundation. Hei Yenyu's status also rose because she had provided the immortal art, and she was even more famous than before. Of course, she did not forget to mention Hei Ming, saying that Hei Ming had obtained it by chance at a stall, and then willingly provided it to the clan to cultivate, making the clan stronger. This kind of heart made the elders sigh, and they all said that Hei Ming was really a good child. After this, Hei Ming naturally became one of the younger generation in the clan, and his status was second only to his sister. Moreover, what shocked the elders was that perhaps because he had cultivated that immortal art, Hei Ming's cultivation was also rising. According to him, he felt that his talent was becoming stronger. This statement shocked the Black Sky Eagle clan elders, and then they were pleasantly surprised, and they focused more on cultivating this immortal art. Hei Ming looked respectful, but he was sneering in his heart. As long as more people cultivated this immortal art, his talent would become stronger, and the reverse nurturing he would receive would become stronger. At that time, he would even surpass the elders and become the true master of the Black Sky Eagle clan. Apart from this, Hei Ming also passed this immortal art to the rest of the clan. His ambition was great, and it was not limited to just the Black Sky Eagle clan. When the time came, the other clans would become his resources to strengthen himself. Now, basically all the elders and those with better talent in the clan have cultivated this immortal art. There are even 2 ancestors who have woken up and started cultivating this immortal art. Thinking of this, Hei Ming became even more excited, and he could not suppress his trembling. Because those 2 ancestors were the most ancient and terrifying existences in the Black Sky Eagle clan, and they had not woken up for nearly 10 million years. Now that they were awakened, it was because of this. Once the 2 ancestors cultivated this immortal art, his talent and strength would definitely increase greatly. If only I could see that supreme existence again. If not for him, I would probably still be a useless person waiting for death. Hei Ming revered that supreme existence from the bottom of his heart, and he could not wait to see that supreme existence again and be bestowed with even more powerful techniques and abilities. "Little brother, the 2 ancestors want to see you. They have something to ask you." At this time, a voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. It was Hei Ming's sister, Hei Yenyu. She looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, and she was dressed in white, surrounded by clouds, and had exquisite facial features. Her black hair was like clouds, and there was a 9 phoenix hairpin in it. She was wearing a beautiful jade robe, and she was as holy as a divine lotus. At this moment, she was gently saying to He Ming that she had something to discuss with him. Sister, He Ming also stood up and walked over. He knew that the two patriarchs wanted to verify the authenticity of his words and asked him some questions. To be honest, at this time he was still a little nervous. After all, the origin of this technique was very mysterious. Using the excuse of picking it up from a stall might be able to fool them for a while, but he could not fool them forever. There would always be a time when he would be exposed. Now, the two ancestors wanted to ask him about this matter. Of course, it was very likely that they would search his soul. After all, people were greedy. After knowing such a heaven-defying immortal art, they were afraid that he would hide other things. Therefore, He Ming was also a little nervous at this time, and his palms were full of cold sweat. At that time, if that supreme existence was noticed by the two ancestors, what would happen? He Ming was actually very worried about this. At this moment, he was praying in his heart that the supreme existence could hear his words and help him get through this hurdle. At this time, He Ming suddenly felt a slight tremor in his mind, as if a mighty force had suddenly descended. An ancient and terrifying deity appeared in the center. It had 6 heads and 8 arms, and it looked at him indifferently. At this moment, he felt as if there was a hazy fog in his mind. Could it be that the supreme existence heard my prayer? He Ming was shocked and then excited. He Yenyu noticed his abnormality and could not help but ask, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" He Ming hurriedly shook his head. Nothing. I'm just very excited to see the ancestors. When the time comes, you just need to calm down. Don't be too cautious. The ancestors are very nice people." Hearing this, He Yenyu did not doubt it. After all, those two ancestors were the oldest existences in the Black Sky Eagle family, and they were suspected to be quasi-supreme existences, or even higher. There was no junior who would not be excited when they saw them. After all, she was no exception at that time, and was very excited and nervous. At the same time, in a ruin 6 million miles away from here, Gu Changa had a slight smile on her face, and the brilliant light in her eyes, like the golden lines, disappeared. The scene that He Ming saw also disappeared from his vision very quickly. During this period of time, He Ming's actions did not disappoint him at all. He had actually almost infiltrated the entire Black Sky Eagle family. His acting skills were indeed not bad. Of course, compared to Inmei, it was still incomparable. The two ancestors of the Black Sky Eagle family, but I'm a little worried that they will see the abnormality of the wedding dress immortal art. If they are Emperor Realm cultivators, it is very likely that they will fail. When the time comes and the whole Black Sky Eagle family is used as a hostage, I don't know if they will give in. If they are not supremes, they should not be able to see any problems. This way I can be at ease. Gu Changa stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the vast and majestic group of cities in front of him. He was alone and did not bring any followers with him. After all, when it came to planning, the less people knew, the better it was for him. Gu Changa naturally would not let his demonic arts be exposed. It would be too stupid to make the entire world his enemy. But no matter what, he was now in the most advantageous situation. Even if He Ming's abnormality was discovered by the ancestors, no one would be able to find out that all of this was secretly planned by him. Just like the immortal devouring demonic art, the wedding dress immortal art had appeared in the long river of time. If he happened to meet a group of old antiques who had some understanding of it, it would not be good. This possibility should be very low. Those who understand the wedding dress immortal art should at least be in the Emperor realm. I think I am overthinking. Gu Changa narrowed his eyes. After all, he had to calculate all possibilities and not make a single mistake. Once these two ancestors are under my control, the entire Black Sky Eagle family will fall into my hands. It will be as easy as blowing off dust. Then, thinking of this, he let out a soft laugh. At the same time, Gu Changa planned to increase his strength a little before this. It just so happened that the recent providence points and fate points had skyrocketed. He had also obtained a lot of Providence points from the two daughters of Providence, Gu Xian-er and Yu Mingkong. He opened his current attributes interface. Owner, Gu Changa Aura. Destined villain weapon. 8 Desolation Demon halberd identity. True disciple of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. Young master of the Longevity Gu family. Physique bloodline. Demonic heart Dao bone cultivation. Early void god realm. Immortal devouring demonic art. Late divine king realm. Techniques and abilities. Dao Heavenly Immortal Canon, 9th level, 30%. Myriad Demonic Body, innate talent. Innate Divine Will, innate talent. Void Power, innate talent. Transcendence, innate talent. Immortal Devouring Demon Technique. Endless Immortal Mantra. Fate Points. 35,000 Providence Points. 12,000 Black, System Store. Unlocked Inventory. Boundary Breaking Talisman X1, Restriction Breaking Talisman X1, Providence Plunder Card X2 inch in the blink of an eye. I have more than 10,000 Providence points. Even my Fate points are more than 30,000. Looking at his huge sum of money, Gu Changa could not help but feel satisfied. System, exchange for 4 Transcendence Bones. Then Gu Changa ordered. He spent 12,000 Providence points. Soon, a familiar, mysterious aura came. This time he exchanged for the Transcendence Bone at the spine, the palm, leg, and skull bones, a total of 4 bones. In this way, every large part of his body was distributed with a Transcendence Bone. Chapter 154. The bones at the top of his skull underwent complex changes immediately. They became crystal clear and shrouded in immortal aura. It also seemed to have an immortal aura. Among them, terrifying and dazzling rays of light and chi and blood gushed out like a long dragon. It was like a surging Wangyang that could shatter the heavens. Gu Changa felt that his essence chi was much more condensed and refined than before. Just in terms of power, he had a terrifying feeling that he would not be destroyed even if the myriad worlds collapsed, and that he would not be destroyed even if the universe collapsed. This was the benefit of the Transcendence Bone. This kind of improvement was comprehensive, but the skull was where the sea of consciousness was and where the primordial spirit resided. At this moment, even the innate divine will showed signs of metamorphosis. From a god to an immortal, the power of the primordial spirit showed a 9-colored glass-like color. The vertebrae, metacarpals, and leg bones had also undergone mysterious changes. Because of this, his spine was like a human dragon that ran through his 4 bodies. The drop of 5-colored true dragon blood that merged with him even faintly resonated with it, letting out a dragon roar that shook the sky. These luck points are really worth it. Gu Changa opened his eyes and said with some satisfaction. He felt that his strength had at least increased by many times compared to before. This was an intuitive feeling. He could clearly see all kinds of laws and mysteries between heaven and earth. With a stretch of his hand, tens of thousands of divine chains of order fell, even turning into rules and order blades that were extremely powerful. I could kill a quasi-saint in an instant before, but now I should be able to easily kill an ordinary saint. If I break through from the divine king realm to the quasi-saint realm, won't I be able to fight even an absolute saint? Gu Changa's words were not without basis. His current control of the use of the rules was far superior to that of many saints. In the various orthodoxies and even the great sects, saints were old monsters, and old monsters like the elders of the clan. Peers? What was that? It was impossible to even see a trace of them. With a variable like me, I'm afraid the heavenly axiom will nurture even more powerful children of fate in the future. But that's good. To me, they're all leeks waiting to be harvested. Thinking of this, Gu Changa thought of Yiling. He had been given more than a month. Logically speaking, he should have found the cave abode that the Samsara ancient, heavenly venerate had left for him by now. After that, Gu Changa sensed the mark that Yinmei had left for him and rushed towards Yiling and the others. Brother Kong, what do you think those Black Sky Eagle clansmen and ancient flying serpent clansmen have been doing? It looks like it's searching for something. Do you think it has something to do with Yi Lin and the rest? Logically speaking, Miss Chiling and the rest have already left for more than a month, but there is no news from them at this time. At the same time, in a mountain range, a group of young cultivators had set up camp here, surrounding the bonfire and discussing some matters. They were the followers of Chiling and Yin Mei. There were both men and women among them, and they came from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, the Vermilion Bird clan, and other places in the outside world. The weakest was at the Marquis realm, while the strongest was at the Emperor realm. The person who spoke was also one of Chiling's followers. In front of him was a handsome man with a gloomy expression. He was Kong Yang of the Peacock clan, Chiling's admirer and follower at the same time. Hearing that, Kong Yang's expression turned ugly. Yi Lin is up to no good. He clearly knew what was hidden here, but he didn't tell us. He only took Chiling and Yin Mei with him. Clearly, he has an ulterior motive. Don't you understand this point? Now that a month has passed, other than seeing living beings searching everywhere, who else has seen news of them? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Although he was more at ease with Chiling, it was different with Yi Ling by her side. In particular, Yi Ling's origin was unknown, and he hid a lot of his strength. He seemed to know everything here very well. How could he not be suspicious of Yi Ling? Actually, I suspect that Yi Lin has something to do with the inheritor of the forbidden demonic technique that appeared briefly some time ago. At this moment, Kong Yang suddenly spoke. His voice was very gloomy, and it attracted everyone's attention. They all looked over. After all, the inheritor of the demonic technique had caused a huge commotion. Even the young master of the White Tiger clan had lost his life. Until now, the White Tiger clan was still searching everywhere for the inheritor of the demonic technique. Brother Kong Yang, this is not something you can say casually. You have to think carefully. When someone heard that, they immediately spoke with a solemn expression. They were from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, Yin Mei's clan. The inheritor of the demonic technique was a matter of great importance. If Yi Lin was really the inheritor, then their young mistress was in great danger. Hearing that, Kong Yang's expression darkened. I think you've all seen Yi Lin's methods. He's very mysterious and tricky. It's okay for the weak to defeat the strong. He's not weaker than some of the young paragons. Most importantly, don't you think the name Yi Lin sounds familiar? Yi Lin? Yi Lin. It sounds familiar. Could it be that Yi Ling? Hearing Kong Yang's words, some people were still a little confused. However, after thinking about it carefully, they felt that it made sense. They were stunned. Their eyes widened, and a chill ran down their spines. In the beginning, Yi Ling was indeed unimpressive. However, the methods he displayed later shocked everyone. That was the strength of a young paragon. At that time, they did not think too much about it. However, now that they thought about it, why would a person with the strength of a young paragon become Qi Ling's follower? What was his motive? Furthermore, combined with Kong Yang's words, they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines from head to toe. Yi Ling. Yi Ling. This name, is it really not a coincidence? Their voices were trembling. Naturally, they knew that Bai Lai's brother was called Yi Ling. This was also the name of the inheritor of the demonic technique at the beginning. When Yi Ling first introduced himself, they felt that the name was familiar. It sounded a little like a homophone. However, now that Kong Yang said this, everyone was stunned. This was probably done deliberately by Yi Ling, because he did not care about this at all. He was also not afraid that they would know. After all, Yi Ling could easily change his appearance and identity and continue to escape. This was too arrogant. Thinking of this, they could not help but tremble. Miss Qi Ling and Heavenly Maiden, Yin Mei, actually trusted Yi Ling so much. This is too dangerous. Now that they are with Yi Ling, I'm afraid the odds are against them. Who knows what evil plan Yi Ling has to bring the two of them along? Kong Yang's expression was solemn. He clenched his fists tightly, hating that he realized it too late. It seems that we can only spread the news that Yi Ling has appeared here and let the rest of the cultivators come. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Soon, everyone discussed for a while and came up with such a plan. They could only hope that this would make Yi Ling wary and not dare to act rashly against Qi Ling and Yin Mei. Kong Yang nodded slowly. This matter cannot be delayed. If Yi Ling's whereabouts are exposed, Qi Ling and Heavenly Maiden Yin Mei will be safer. After that, everyone took action. They used various communication talismans to spread the news, intending to attract the rest of the cultivators to come and suppress Yi Ling. Inheritors of demonic techniques were killed by everyone. At the same time, just as Kong Yang and the rest spread the news of Yi Ling's whereabouts, on a desolate mountain ridge 15,000 kilometers away, Yi Ling, Qi Ling, and Yin Mei were hurrying toward an ancient town in front of them. The trees on the mountain ridge were very tall and ancient. The vines were like clouds, allowing the three of them to travel without being discovered for a while. Compared to more than a month ago, the three of them were in a sorry state now. Their faces were stained with blood because they had been hunted down by the Black Sky Eagle tribe along the way. In the end, the three of them were still discovered. Due to the slave seal, some of the powerhouses of the Black Sky Eagle tribe could vaguely sense Yi Ling's location and determine his direction. Moreover, there seemed to be a faint fluctuation among the three of them, which made them feel surprised and confused. It seemed that someone was transmitting Yi Ling's exact location to them. It was because of this that Yi Ling and the rest had spent this period of time avoiding being hunted down. However, Yi Ling had a breakthrough in his cultivation by chance. He even found some good things along the way. Qi Ling did not know what to say about his good luck. On the other hand, she and Yin Mei were in danger many times. They were physically and mentally exhausted along the way and were almost seriously injured many times. They were not as lucky as Yi Ling. This time, while accompanying Yi Ling to find his opportunity, they only found a few good spirit herbs. Other than that, they did not find anything. Instead, they suffered many injuries. Qi Ling was a very loyal and trustworthy person. Since she had promised Yi Ling to accompany him, she would not go back on her word easily. However, she could not understand why they were discovered every time. No matter where Yi Ling led them to hide, they would be found. She suspected that Yi Ling had something on him that could allow him to track the three of them. However, Yi Ling did not believe her at all. Qi Ling could not do anything about it. Yi Ling disappointed her. "Old Tortoise, I feel that the cave abode is in the ancient town in front of us." At this time, Yi Ling showed a faint excitement as he communicated with Old Tortoise in the pendant. This premonition was very strong. Along the way, he had avoided many dangers by relying on this premonition and even gained some benefits. Now, this premonition made him even more certain. "By the way, Old Tortoise, what do you think is the reason? Why is it that no matter where I hide, I am always found by those creatures?" Yi Ling then asked. This made him very depressed. Qi Ling had mentioned this to him before. At that time, Yi Ling did not care at all because he had asked Old Tortoise and knew that those creatures could only vaguely sense his location but could not confirm his real location. So why? Why was he always found by those creatures? Yi Ling even suspected that Qi Ling was deliberately leaking his whereabouts. He also suspected Yin Mei, but along the way, Yin Mei had suffered the most injuries. Now, she looked very tired and pale, so he could not bear to doubt her. Moreover, he did trust Yin Mei very much. This was because her previous actions made him understand that this woman had her own perseverance in her heart. Even in the face of Gu Changa's oppression in the sect, she dared to resist. In addition, Yi Ling believed in Yin Mei's feelings for him. However, he found it hard to accept that he doubted Qi Ling's words. After all, Qi Ling was his old friend and also the one who chose to believe him after hearing that he was the inheritor of demonic arts. At this moment, Old Tortoise's voice also entered Yi Ling's ears, making his head buzz. This situation can only mean that one of the two is definitely suspicious. Yi Ling, you have to be careful and decide according to your own judgment. Old Tortoise's words made Yi Ling fall into silence. In fact, he had vaguely guessed it himself, but he was unwilling to accept this situation. One of the two would actually choose to betray him. Old Tortoise, I want to hear your opinion. Then, Yi Ling asked with a serious expression. My opinion on this matter is only excluding my personal feelings, so it's more subjective. You can listen, but the final decision is still up to you. Hearing this, Old Tortoise and the pendant thought for a while and said slowly. Yi Ling nodded. Old Tortoise, I believe you. Actually, in my opinion, Qi Ling is the most likely. The possibility of Yin Mei is very small. If the one who betrayed you is Yin Mei, then what is her intention? This is actually very difficult to say. After all, you are the one who saved the damsel in distress. Otherwise, you wouldn't have interacted with her. It's even more impossible to bring her to this place. All of this is completely accidental. Old Tortoise soon opened its mouth and analyzed. This was also based on its own subjective opinion, without the slightest hint of emotion. Hearing this, Yi Ling was very silent. In fact, he was also clear about this. What could Yin Mei possibly want from him? To be honest, he was the one who coveted Yin Mei's beauty. If he had not saved the damsel in distress in the beginning, Yin Mei would not have come to this place with him now. All of this was filled with too many coincidences. If Yin Mei had deliberately planned this, then it was too scary. It was very frightening. Most importantly, Yi Ling suspected that the inheritor of the demonic arts was actually Gu Chang'e, and Yin Mei had offended Gu Chang'e. Both of them were in the same situation. Old Tortoise continued. Yi Ling's expression was heavy. If it's really Crimson Spirit, there are actually a lot of suspicious points. At first, you firmly believed in you, and said that you could find someone to help you clear your suspicion of being the inheritor of the demonic arts. If you say that she helped you willingly, then I have nothing to say. But now, someone is leaking your whereabouts. This is very suspicious. Qi Ling should know that you are the inheritor of the reincarnation, Heavenly Venerable. She followed you all the way. Her motive is actually very obvious. Old Tortoise continued. These were the points that it thought were suspicious. Of course, Qi Ling was very likely to know Gu Chang'e's true identity. Yi Ling had reminded her many times to be careful of Gu Chang'e, but Qi Ling was indifferent. Combining all these points, Qi Ling was actually the most suspicious. After all, it was hard to know what was in a person's heart. Who knew what she was thinking? Yi Ling nodded. These words made his heart heavy. It was obvious that Old Tortoise's words were very reasonable. Yi Ling then turned to look at Yin Mei, who was resting with her eyes closed on a piece of green rock. Her oval face was as white as mutton-fat jade. Her eyebrows were curved, her nose was high, her lips were red, her teeth were sparkling, and her hair was as smooth as silk. But now she was very pale and weak. Her dress was also stained with blood. On the other hand, Qi Ling had a delicate face. Her eyes were like gems, shining with light. She looked very natural and did not seem to be injured. At this time, he had made a decision in his heart. Thinking of this, Yi Ling stood up. Qi Ling and Yin Mei were recuperating at this time. When they saw Yi Ling suddenly stand up, they looked at him in surprise. The following journey will be very dangerous. How about this? Let's split up. I'll go with Yin Mei. Her injuries are very serious. If she goes alone, it will be very dangerous. Qi Ling, you're not that badly injured. We'll meet at the ancient town in front. Yi Ling chose his words carefully. At this time, he did not intend to fall out with Qi Ling. Therefore, these words were very natural and very reasonable. But when the time came to meet, what could Qi Ling do if he did not show up? In his opinion, if Qi Ling coveted his opportunity, she would choose to accept it even if she was unwilling. Hearing this, Yin Mei and Qi Ling were shocked and could not help but widen their eyes. Especially Mei. She could not help but ask anxiously, Yiling, what are you talking about? How can we split up at this time? We can take care of each other if we go together. Ling looked at Yiling in a daze. At this time, her expression gradually turned cold and unfamiliar. At this time, Yiling suddenly suggested splitting up. What did he mean? Could it be that he saw that the opportunity was coming and wanted to take it all for himself? So he planned to let her go separately from him? Ling was stunned for a moment. Then, she could not help but feel a chill. She was not coveting Yiling's opportunity. If she had not promised Yiling that she would help him, she would not have come to this place. There were so many opportunities in the immortal ancient continent. She had already wasted a lot of time here. But now, Yiling's sudden word surprised Crimson's spirit. She had suspected that there was an abnormal relationship between Yiling and Mei for a long time. Now that Yiling suddenly pointed it out, she could not help but want to laugh. All right, since Yiling said so, then we'll split up. Ling said straightforwardly. Her cold and arrogant face was emotionless. She did not explain anything, nor did she ask anything. From that day onwards, it was time for her and Yiling to end their friendship. Found you! At this time, a terrifying pressure suddenly came from the sky. A surging pressure appeared. Rolling black clouds appeared, surging and boundless. Several supreme experts appeared from within, coming from the Black Sky Eagle race, ancient flying snake race, and other races. The weakest among them was in the divine realm. There were even divine kings. In order to capture Yiling and the others, these tribes had mobilized their powerful forces. Oh no! Seeing this, Yiling's expression changed. Before he could react, he turned into a rainbow and fled into the distance. At the same time, Mei transmitted her voice to him from afar. It's too late. Let's escape on our own and meet in the ancient town. Originally, he had planned to bring Mei with him, but things happened so suddenly that it was too late. The other party's target was him. He might be able to lure them away. It might also lighten Mei's burden. Yiling suspected that Crimson Spirit had suddenly lured these experts over. Otherwise, how could the other party have discovered their tracks so quickly? But now is not the time to settle the score with Ling. Are you still in a daze? Why aren't you escaping? Seeing that Mei was in a daze, Ling frowned. Then she fled quickly. At the same time, she crushed a Strider talisman and was ready to leave this place. Yiling had disappointed her. She had already decided to draw a line between them. As for Yiling's opportunity, she did not care at all. Soon, Yiling and Ling disappeared. They quickly left the mountain range. Mei, who was sitting on the green rock, had the worried expression on her face disappear. She became very calm. She even looked a little relieved and reluctant. Master, the mission you gave me has finally been completed, Mei said softly. During this period, she had not forgotten the mission Gu Changa had arranged for her. She was to sow discord between Ling and Yiling. Today, she had finally succeeded. However, she had attracted so many experts along the way. She was indeed seriously injured. She was not as lucky as Yiling and Ling. After all, the enemy was a group of heavenly gods. There were even many divine kings. Her cultivation level had only broken through to the mid-stage regal emperor realm. The gap was too big. Being able to survive so many times already had to do with the luck of the nine-tailed fox clan. To put it bluntly, she was able to successfully complete Gu Changa's order to sow discord between Yiling and Ling because she had sacrificed her life. Now that she was seriously injured, she could not escape far even if she wanted to. Mei also calmly accepted it. However, she was a little regretful that she could not see Gu Changa before she died. However, she also had some indescribable emotions. After all, she was just a chess piece in his hands. She was the kind that would be thrown away after her value was used. He would not even take a second look at her. Haha, this guy is not running anymore. Is he waiting for death? After running for so long, he seems to have accepted his fate. Looking closely, he is a beautiful girl. There were still two experts in the sky. One was a heavenly god, and the other was a divine king. Their auras were terrifying and overbearing. Their surging blood energy made the surrounding mountains silent. The one who spoke was the divine king. He had a snake tail and was from the ancient flying serpent clan. He stared at Yin Mei with a lustful gaze. He was a little tempted. How about this? If you are willing to submit to me, I will spare your life, he said. Looking at the expressions of the two experts, Yin Mei was very calm. She said indifferently, "Stop dreaming. I will not let you get away with it, even if I self-destruct." She did not want to die, but she would not live in such humiliation. In the end, it all depended on the person. She could submit to Gu Changa and take him as her master, but it did not mean that she would submit to others. At this time, Yin Mei would rather die. Humph! You are still so stubborn when you are about to die. Yin Mei's words made the divine king in the sky angry. He did not expect this girl to be so reckless. Boom! At that moment, he directly made his move. A tyrannical aura descended from the sky, transforming into a giant hand that was about to grab Yin Mei. Yin Mei was very cold. She was not afraid and was about to self-destruct. Buzz! Suddenly, an even more terrifying aura appeared in front of her. It turned into a dazzling and peerless sword chi. With clanging sounds, it cut the divine king in half. Who is it? The other divine king reacted. He was very angry and looked in the direction where the sword chi came from. He was full of killing intent. Master! Yin Mei was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at the young man who walked out of the void in front of her. She suddenly jumped into Gu Changa's arms. Master, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Chapter 155. Yin Mei could not believe it. Just a moment ago, she thought she was going to die. After all, she was facing a divine king and a divine god, especially when she was severely injured and had almost used up all her life-saving treasures. She would choose to be humiliated. But what else could she do but wait for death? And she was just a chess piece in Gu Changa's hands. Now that her value was depleted, there was no need for her to exist. No one would care about her, and no one would care about her life or death. But the moment she saw the sword light descend, she was completely stunned. Her head buzzed, and she could not believe her eyes. To be honest, she did not expect the cold and emotionless Gu Changa to appear and save her. She could not believe it. When she saw the scene in front of her, her first reaction was to think that she was hallucinating. But hallucinations could not be so real. She was all too familiar with Gu Changa's aura. So Yin Mei could not suppress her joy, and she jumped into Gu Changa's arms. Her eyes were filled with tears. She was really touched. This kind of situation from despair to new life, from life to death, could only be understood after experiencing it. Moreover, Gu Changa was very powerful. She believed that even a divine king could not do anything to him. As long as he appeared, it meant that all the dangers would be gone. This made Yin Mei feel very relieved. What are you thinking? How could I not want you? Gu Changa patted her head. He had a faint smile on his face, and he allowed her to jump into his arms. At the same time, he raised his hand, and a thick sword energy slashed out. It was mixed with the terrifying dark golden metal laws, and its sharpness was shocking. Chi! The sword energy was blinding, and it made clanging sounds as if it was breaking out of the scabbard. It broke through space and landed in front of the divine king, who was still in a daze and in disbelief. How is this possible? His face suddenly turned pale. His eyes widened in shock and horror. He wanted to dodge, but he realized that space seemed to have stopped. The sword energy slashed toward him lightly, but it seemed to have split the universe. At this moment, he still had a terrified expression on his face, as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of monster was this? He was a dignified, divine king powerhouse, and he was renowned in the various races in the vicinity. It was hard to find a match for him. He screamed madly in his heart. Who was this young man who had suddenly appeared in front of him? How could he be so terrifying, casually using the power of rules? Even Air 603 was under his control. His entire body was filled with cold air. There was no time to react. He felt a chill on his neck, and the world in front of him instantly turned dark. Puff! In the next moment, blood splattered in all directions as the sword beheaded him. Together with his primordial spirit, both his body and soul were destroyed. Gu Changa didn't even look up. After dealing with these two people, Gu Changa looked at Yin Mei, who was still sobbing softly. He shook his head and took a step forward. The void vanished as he brought her away from this area. Now that there were many powerhouses chasing after Yiling, the commotion here would soon attract other people. At that time, it would be detrimental to his plan. Moreover, he did not understand why Yin Mei felt that he would abandon her and treat her as a chess piece. How could he let Yin Mei die in such a place? As the heavenly lady of the nine-tailed fox clan, Yin Mei controlled a lot of resources. No matter how one looked at it, she was the most useful to him alive. Even if Gu Changa had been using her and threatening her with his life, he was not an extremely cold person. Yin Mei was wholeheartedly working for him and had almost lost her life. How could he not see it? How could he remain indifferent? In the end, it was Yin Mei who thought too badly of him. Although I am a little black-hearted, I am not that bad. Gu Changa felt that he should treat her a little better in the future, so that she would not look like she was going to die in such a situation. Soon, Gu Changa left the mountain range with Yin Mei. Along the way, he killed a few ancient Serpent Clan powerhouses who had sensed the blood and chased after them. Finally, at the entrance of a relatively remote and quiet underground cave, there was rich spiritual energy, and the sound of water dripping could be heard. He and Yin Mei stopped here. Master! Yin Mei had also calmed down at this time. She left Gu Changa's arms, and her face was dizzy. She was a little embarrassed to look up at Gu Changa. To be honest, she had crossed the line today. Without Gu Changa's permission, she had directly pounced on him. However, Gu Changa did not blame her for this matter. During this period of time, I have made you suffer. Gu Changa smiled and took the lead to walk into the cave, intending to find a place to stay first. For Master's mission, this is nothing. Hearing this, Yin Mei shook her head and suddenly felt a little sour in her nose. With this sentence, the grievances and injuries she had suffered during this period of time suddenly did not matter. Although at first her life was in Gu Changa's hands and she was threatened by him. But later on, she slowly accepted her fate and realized that there was nothing wrong with following him. Once this emotion appeared, it was like a rolling snowball that was difficult to reverse. Then she realized that she was falling deeper and deeper. Gu Changa's mind was vicious, his methods were cruel, his personality was cold and heartless. He had all kinds of bad qualities. But this kind of Gu Changa made it difficult for her to express her feelings, and she was willing to do things for him. Now that she heard Gu Changa actually ask her with concern, this kind of unprecedented thing made Yin Mei tremble. Although this was very likely just a casual question from Gu Changa, it could also be that he casually expressed his attitude and did not mean it from the bottom of his heart. But it also made Yin Mei very happy. The injuries she had suffered for so many days were worth it. Being cared for, being praised, let her know that she was still useful to Gu Changa now. Yin Mei's emotions, Gu Changa could actually still sense it. He had always been meticulous in his actions and naturally knew how to comfort Yin Mei at this time. Roar! At this time, in the depths of the karst cave, a ferocious scarlet eye appeared like a small lantern. A ferocious beast that looked like a dragon turtle roared and pounced over, ready to eat these two uninvited guests who had intruded on its territory. Gu Changa glanced at it, then shook his hand, and the void suddenly distorted. The void in front of him was like a mirror, and layers of ripples appeared. The ferocious beast was suddenly stuck there in fear. Then, with a bang, it was crushed into ashes by the power of the void and dissipated. Seeing this scene, although May was a little shocked, she did not think much of it, because Gu Changa's strength was indeed far beyond what she could imagine. Perhaps other than Gu Changa himself, no one would know how strong he was. "Rest here," Gu Changa said, and casually cleaned up the karst cave. May's injuries were indeed quite serious. She needed to recuperate well. Next, she would need to suffer a little more. May was an irreplaceable step in the plan against Yi Ling. Thinking of this, Gu Changa took out a lot of divine pills and elixirs. The purple pole token of the purple pole elixir sect was in his hands. Therefore, he did not lack pills and elixirs at all. He had as many as he wanted. He took out a lot of them at once. Dense pill qi and a strong fragrance lingered here. There were many effects, such as nourishing the primordial spirit, stabilizing the body's limbs and bones, stabilizing the spirit. See, don't think about other things. Heal your injuries first, Gu Changa said. Yes, I know, master. May did not argue and took some of the elixirs that were quite effective for her. During this period, she had indeed used up a lot of the elixirs on her. Otherwise, her injuries would not have dragged on for so long. Soon, May, who had swallowed the elixirs, began to sit cross-legged. Her charming face was very calm, and her usual charm was gone. She looked clean and pale. Buzz! Hazy runes appeared on her body, and her 9 fluffy, snow-white fox-tails swayed with the wind. Her injuries were indeed healing. Gu Changa glanced at her and nodded slightly. Then he moved and left the cave. Simple words were useless. At this time, it was time to rely on real actions. At this time, she noticed that Gu Changa's aura had disappeared. May, who was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. She looked at the empty cave, and her expression was a little disappointed, reluctant, and sad. But soon, she shook her head and discarded these emotions. What was she thinking? She was just a chess piece in Gu Changa's hands. It was enough that he came to save her. What was she still hoping for? Of course, although May comforted herself, she was still a little sad, especially now that she was injured. She could not help but feel a little remorseful. In the blink of an eye, the sky outside darkened. May also withdrew from the state of recuperation. Needless to say, Gu Changa's elixir was very effective. She looked at the gradually darkening night outside. Her expression was a little regretful, as if she was expecting something. But in the end, this expectation disappeared. After Gu Changa saved her, he left. Thinking of this, May lit a bonfire, but she could not feel much heat. Her ruby-like eyes quietly looked at the bonfire, as if dancing with loneliness. At this time, May's ears twitched slightly. She suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside the cave. She turned her head to look. She saw that Gu Changa had returned with some clean fruits. At the same time, he used a green lotus leaf to hold water. The faint light of the fire fell on his familiar face, and May could not help but be pleasantly surprised. It turned out that Gu Changa did not leave. Master. Gu Changa's face revealed a smile. How are your injuries? A bonfire was dancing. May was holding her head, tilting her head to look at the bonfire. Her chin was on her knees, and the light of the fire was reflected in her beautiful eyes. She looked at him with some astonishment, and her eyes slowly overflowed with surprise. Gu Changa walked over and handed her the fruits and water. Are you hungry? I went to solve some problems while I was at it, Gu Changa said casually, as if to explain to May why he suddenly left. Of course, what problems he solved was not important. What was important was that he did not intend to leave. This was enough for May. Gu Changa grasped this point very well. He knew the best way to comfort her now that she was injured. Hearing this, May took the fruits that Gu Changa specially washed for her. Her heart was even more moved. The previous guesses disappeared, like smoke in thin air. No matter what, when she was injured, Gu Changa did not choose to leave. Instead, he stayed here to take care of her. Obviously, she had thought too much before. Gu Changa was not as cold and heartless as she thought. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Gu Changa could not help but smile in his heart. However, his expression did not change at all. Speaking of which, Yin Mei had helped him a lot. He controlled Yin Mei's life. Yin Mei worked for him, and he let Yin Mei live. This was an equal trade. Even if Gu Changa did not do anything, Yin Mei would not be disloyal to him. However, in this way, many things would be less interesting. Master, a rift has formed between Qi Ling and Yi Ling. If my guess is correct, Qi Ling should have left this place now. Then, Yin Mei said as she ate the spirit fruit. Gu Changa nodded and smiled. It was rare for him to tell her his purpose. That's good. However, Yi Ling can't die yet. When Yi Ling and Qi Ling's relationship broke apart, he heard the system's notification sound. No matter what, Qi Ling, who had the Vermilion Bird tribe behind her, was considered a core friend of Yi Ling's. Although the breaking of this relationship did not mean much to Gu Changa, it was still a considerable amount of luck points. I know. Master, you still need Yi Ling to live and continue to take the blame for you. Yin Mei nodded and said, this was not a lie. No matter what, Yi Ling was still a Heavenly Lord's successor. The power behind him was not small. A Heavenly Lord was in existence close to, or even beyond immortals during the immortal era. He did not leave behind his tribe or orthodoxy. Instead, he left all his inheritances to his successor. This was a great opportunity. Even those supreme orthodoxies and imperishable sects would be tempted. Yin Mei had been carefully observing Yi Ling during this period. Naturally, she had noticed his abnormality. He did not dare to expose his inheritance. Therefore, he could only swallow his pride and take the blame for Gu Changa. To be honest, Gu Changa's plan was vicious and flawless. It was difficult to find a flaw in such a short time. Moreover, Yi Ling could hide his origin and avoid being hunted down. Even if he was hunted down by all the cultivators in the world, he would be like a rat crossing the street. He would be able to escape unscathed. To be honest, until now, no one was as suitable as Yi Ling to take the blame for Gu Changa. Yi Ling is more useful alive than dead. I'm still waiting for him to help me find the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord's cave abode. Gu Changa smiled casually. His words showed that he did not care about Yi Ling's life. With his current strength, it was actually very easy to kill Yi Ling. However, what was the point of the so-called Son of Providence if he did not squeeze all his value out of him step by step? Don't worry, Master. As long as you still need me, Yin Mei will definitely do everything to help you. Yin Mei said with a serious expression. Her eyes were like blood-colored gems as she looked at Gu Changa. I'm relieved to hear that. Gu Changa smiled and reached out to pull her into his arms. However, I'll still have to trouble you for a while. He was still thinking about how to ask Yin Mei to continue hiding by Yi Ling's side for a while. Now that she had spoken first, Gu Changa did not have to think of other excuses. It's not a problem to work for Master, Yin Mei said seriously. Her words were from the bottom of her heart. There was not a trace of falsehood in them. What a pitiful person! Gu Changa looked at her and sighed softly. Hearing that, Yin Mei looked at him with some anticipation and some shyness. At this time, Gu Changa naturally knew what to do. It was a sleepless night. Chapter 156. The next day, Yin Mei's injuries were almost healed. Gu Changa parted ways with her. Yin Mei went alone to the ancient town where she had agreed to meet Yi Ling. She was prepared to follow Yi Ling to the cave abode left by the Samsara Ancient Lord. There was no need to explain how precious this thing was. It was not an exaggeration to call it an immortal's cave abode. It could be a small world that could be carried around. Yi Ling had been searching for it for so long. Naturally, he was not willing to give up. In order to help Gu Changa determine the location of the cave abode, Yin had to find Yiling first. He watched as Yin figure gradually disappeared into the mountains. Gu Changa's expression could not help but reveal some thought-provoking. At this moment, Yiling might still feel guilty that he did not have time to take Yin away yesterday. Now that he saw Yin rushing over, he would not be suspicious. There was a knife above the word lust. This saying was not wrong. Now he only needed to wait for a good show. When the time was right, he would harvest the ripe fruit. He had to keep Yiling alive for the time being. Now, some of the troubles in the immortal ancient continent were waiting for him to shoulder. My guess is right. Once Qiling and Yiling break off their relationship, she will be the first to leave this place. At this time, Qiling's followers and Yinmei's followers will be the first to suspect Yiling's identity. Even if Qiling's explanation is nostalgic, I'm afraid no one will believe it. When the news that Yiling is here spread, it will attract a large number of cultivators to suppress the inheritor of the demonic arts. Combined with the fact that Yiling is being hunted down by the Black Sky Eagle clan, the matter in the ancestral tomb will be exposed. Everything is wonderful. Yiling, I'm afraid you won't be able to clear your name with such coincidences. Gu Changa stood on the mountain peak with his hands behind his back. He looked at the outline of the city ruins in the distance and could not help but laugh. He then left this place and planned to summon his followers. He would also be a righteous person who suppressed the inheritor of the demonic arts. At the same time, amidst the ancient trees, a petite figure with a delicate face moved swiftly through the mountains, evading the pursuit of a heavenly god behind her. It was Crimson Spirit who had separated from Yiling. Now, she looked a little tired and pale, but more than that, her heart was cold. While escaping, she ran into Yiling again. However, Yiling did not care about her at all. He turned around and ran. He even attracted the attention of the heavenly gods who were chasing after him, diverting the water of calamity. He turned around and ran. Yiling's actions left Crimson Spirit speechless. He only thought that he was really blind. His previous good intentions had been eaten by a dog. Fortunately, her strength was not weak. Among the young supreme beings, she was considered to be in the upper middle level. She had many magic tools and spiritual herbs. Along the way, although the situation seemed to be very dangerous, it was actually not a big deal. Now, she felt that Yinmei, who had been severely injured before, was in danger. Yiling had been thinking about her all this time. However, in the face of danger, he had taken to his heels and run. He did not care about Yinmei at all. She had seen through his character. It seems that Brother Changa is still the most reliable. Should I tell him about this matter? At this time, Crimson Spirit was considering this problem. Since Gu Changa had said that he wanted to uphold justice in the world and eliminate the inheritor of demonic arts for the sake of all living beings, he would naturally pay attention to Yiling. After all, Gu Changa had said that he had also suspected Yiling. Now that she and Yiling had broken off their relationship, Crimson Spirit was actually thinking about whether to tell Gu Changa everything. When the time came, whether Gu Changa would choose to continue helping Yiling clear his name or not to interfere in Yiling's affairs would be up to him. Soon, Crimson Spirit once again crushed a divine travel talisman. Every divine travel talisman counted. If it was not necessary, she did not intend to use it. Buzz! After crushing the divine travel talisman, a hazy brilliance rose from Crimson Spirit's body. Her entire body seemed to spread a pair of vermilion bird wings. It was dazzling and colorful, and she quickly disappeared. Damn it, she escaped again. The heavenly god behind her cursed fiercely, but there was nothing he could do. As a young supremacy, who did not have some life-saving items on them. And soon, Crimson Spirit found them in a valley through the connection between her and her followers. There were now many young supremacies gathered here. What surprised her was that among them was the young figure of the Longevity Wong family. Wang Wushuang, that extremely mysterious existence. In addition, the young supremacy of the immortal lake was also here. There was also Yi Langtian of the primordial immortal tribe, the inheritor of demonic arts that she suspected the most. Crimson Spirit did not expect so many people to have gathered here to suppress Yiling. Miss, are you all right? Many young supremacies in the valley were the first to notice when they saw Crimson Spirit, who looked a little tired and was stained with blood. Her followers also hurried over, especially Kong Yang of the Peacock tribe, who looked the most excited. It could be said that it was all thanks to him that news of Yiling had spread and attracted so many young supremacies. The rest of Crimson Spirit's followers also heaved a sigh of relief. They were most afraid that something had happened to Crimson Spirit during the month that she had disappeared. But now, it seemed that Crimson Spirit was fine. Miss Crimson Spirit, did you see our miss? At this time, many of the nine-tailed fox tribe's young clansmen's expressions changed slightly. Their miss, Inmei, was among the people who had been with Yiling at that time. Now, Crimson Spirit had escaped from the clutches of the demons safe and sound. Where was Inmei? Crimson Spirit's expression changed slightly when she heard this question. She deliberated over her words and then said, Inmei may still be with Yiling now, but they may not be together. Before she finished her words, it caused a huge uproar. What? The young clansmen of the nine-tailed fox tribe were instantly shocked. Now, everyone knew that the inheritor of demonic arts, Yiling, was here. So, it was absolutely needless to say how dangerous Yin Mei's situation was. At this time, the Longevity Wang family's young supremacy, Wang Wushuang, the successor of the Undying Lake, Yi Langtan, and the others also heard the commotion and came over with serious expressions. Crimson Spirit, are you sure about this? Wang Wushuang asked. There seemed to be a golden divine fire burning in his golden eyes. Yi Ling dared to appear here and kidnap the heavenly maiden Yin Mei. This is going to be tricky. Yi Langtian frowned. As the successor of the ancient Yi clan, if this matter was not handled properly, he would not only face the wrath of the White Tiger tribe, but also the wrath of the Nine-tailed Fox tribe. The consequences were very serious. So, when he heard that Yi Ling was here, he quickly rushed over. Crimson Spirit frowned and organized her words. Then, she explained the cause and effect of the matter. She was not clear about Yin Mei's current situation. She only explained the situation that she might be in. Moreover, Yin Mei knew that Yiling was not an inheritor of demonic arts. However, no one would believe her now, so she did not say much. Instead, she told them about how the three of them were hunted down by the black sky eagle, the ancient snake, and the crocodile god. After hearing this, the crowd was instantly filled with murderous intent. Their eyes were cold. Inheritors of demonic arts should be killed by everyone. They did not expect Yiling to be so arrogant. After killing Bai Lai, he actually targeted Yin Mei. Damn it! What did Yiling do? How did he cause the great tribes to be so angry? Did he capture the younger generation of those tribes to cultivate his demonic arts? Many young sky prides were filled with murderous intent as they asked. They came from various orthodoxies and knew more about inheritors of demonic arts than others. They knew how terrifying this demonic art was. Once it was fully developed, it would definitely be a disaster for the world in the future. Crimson Spirit, do you know what Yiling's goal is? Now that he's here, it's an opportunity for us. Wang Wushuang, Yi Langtian, and the others asked solemnly. In their opinion, this great battle against inheritors of demonic arts would definitely affect the rest of the young living beings in the immortal ancient continent. Perhaps some of the older generation powerhouses would be drawn out. Crimson Spirit shook her head and said, He told us that he was going to meet us in a small town. We were separated then. I'm not sure what he's going to do now. She did not want to interfere in Yi Ling's affairs anymore. However, when she said this, she stared at Yi Langtian and observed his expression. However, she did not see anything unusual on his face. Crimson Spirit had been suspicious of Yi Langtian. However, after breaking off relations with Yi Ling, she felt that Yi Ling might be the inheritor. After all, he could even hide his origin. The reason why he was certain that Yi Ling was not an inheritor of demonic arts was because the power that Yi Ling displayed during the trial involved the mystery of time. According to the strangeness of demonic arts, Yi Ling might be able to hide his origin. When she thought of this, Crimson Spirit felt that this was quite possible. It seems that this matter still needs to be discussed. I heard that Brother Gu heard the news and is on his way here. At this moment, Yi Langtian shook his head slightly and said, if the younger generation had Gu Changa, they would have a much higher chance of winning against the inheritor of demonic arts. Needless to say, Gu Changa's strength was widely recognized as powerful. Many people were pleasantly surprised when they heard this. Is that so? That's great. Even Wang Wushuang agreed. Indeed, I heard that Brother Gu is on his way here for this matter. If he's here, we'll have a better chance of defeating the inheritor of demonic arts. That's great. Young Master Changa is here too. With him here, even the young powerhouses of the immortal ancient continent will be afraid. Everyone has the right to kill the inheritor of demonic arts. Young Master Changa will definitely be on our side at this time. Asking for fresh flowers for a moment, many of the younger generation heaved a sigh of relief. The inheritor of demonic arts would not be weak. Otherwise, he would not have been able to survive the pursuit of so many clans. They were not confident in facing Yi Ling either. However, if Gu Changa was here, things would be different. Now, there were rumors of him all over the immortal ancient continent. He was so strong that it was a mess when he faced all the major immortal ancient continent clans. When many of the immortal ancient creatures heard his name, they immediately fled. In this regard, they were also fascinated and full of admiration. Although there were some negative comments, such as stealing the opportunities of his peers. But that didn't matter anymore. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. It was normal. Is that so? That's great. If Brother Changa is here, things will be much smoother. Crimson Spirit's cold and arrogant face was full of joy. She had many things to tell Gu Changa. During this period of time, she had naturally heard the news about Gu Changa. She admired Gu Changa very much. At this time, a huge commotion suddenly came from the east. It was incomparably vast. Many divine rainbows rushed over. The young man in the lead was Gu Changa. After separating from Inmei, he had gathered all his followers, intending to be a righteous warrior for once. He wore a moon-white feather robe with wide sleeves. It seemed to be embroidered with the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. It contained the universe and intertwined with the brilliance of stars. It was extremely exquisite and gorgeous. His entire person came from the sky, exuding an indescribable air of nobility. Greetings, young Master Changa. Greetings, Brother Changa. At this moment, everyone in the valley saw this scene and bowed. 0. Including Wang Wushuang, Crimson Spirit, Yi Langtian, and the others were no exception. Gu Changa's arrival boosted everyone's morale. This time, they were much more confident in their crusade. It was simply inspiring. Brother Wang, Brother Yi, Miss Crimson Spirit. Gu Changa landed with his hands behind his back. With a warm and natural smile on his face, he greeted them. To be honest, he was not surprised to see Crimson Spirit here. Then, everyone exchanged pleasantries. Yi Langtian was the first to speak. He went straight to the point and said, Brother Gu, what are your plans for this crusade? Gu Changa pondered for a while and said, Actually, I still have some doubts about this matter. I'll ask Miss Crimson Spirit later. In addition, Yiling appeared and took Junior Inmei away. As the successor of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace and her senior brother, I can't just sit back and watch. These words were spoken in a righteous manner without any change in expression. The group of young elites could not help but sigh in admiration. as expected of young Master Chang'e. He's so righteous. They knew that the heavenly maiden Yinmei of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan had offended Gu Chang'e in public. However, at this time he would rather consider the big picture. Young Master Chang'e is really a man of integrity. Many young Nine-Tailed Fox clan members said gratefully. They were worried that because Yinmei had offended Gu Chang'e, he would be unwilling to interfere because of this. However, now it seemed that they were completely overthinking it. There are some things that I will discuss with Brother Chang'e in detail later. Crimson Spirit nodded. She was convinced by Gu Chang'e's words. Indeed, he was the same as the Gu Chang'e that she had known before. He was not like Yi Ling at all. Along the way, she had also asked Yinmei about Gu Chang'e's opinion. The answer she got was that Gu Chang'e was a bully and no one dared to offend him. It was because of this that she felt that with the relationship between Yinmei and Gu Chang'e, it was unlikely that Gu Chang'e would interfere. When she thought of this, Crimson Spirit admired Gu Chang'e even more. Compared to Yi Ling's behavior, she felt that there were more doubts about Yi Ling. Although Gu Chang'e had a bad reputation, his character was far better than Yi Ling's. That's good. Why don't we let Brother Chang'e host this crusade? We are determined to eliminate the inheritor of the demonic arts and return peace to the world. We will return a stable cultivation world to all living beings. Soon, the group of young prodigies, including Yi Langtian and Wang Wushuang, discussed for a while. Many people looked at Gu Chang'e with fanatical eyes and said, hoping that he would host this event. Hearing these words, Gu Chang'e's expression did not change, but he was laughing in his heart. Let me lead a crusade against myself? Oh no, to crusade against Yi Ling, who took the blame for me. He was simply duty-bound to do such a crazy thing. Ah no, how could he do it? I am really ashamed that everyone trusts me so much. I am afraid that I am not up to the task. Therefore, Gu Chang'e still had a righteous and thoughtful expression on her face. Then she slowly opened her mouth and said, "But since everyone has said so, how can I refuse at this time? Don't worry. I will definitely help everyone find the inheritor of the demonic arts and return peace to the cultivation world." Chapter 157. As expected of Taoist Brother Chang'e, in the face of this matter, you only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. I really admire your consideration of the world. Qi Ling couldn't help but stand up in awe. Her words came from the bottom of her heart, without any other factors. Yi Langtan also said in admiration, Brother Gu's actions are no different from drawing Yi Ling's anger to himself. Sigh, as the young master of the Yi clan, I dare not stand up. This is far inferior to Brother Chang'e. It's not without reason that Brother Gu can become the young taboo, the young master of the undead lake, who was hidden in a cloud of black fog, also sighed deeply. That's great, the young miss is saved. With young Master Chang'e's help, she will definitely be safe. The young clansmen of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan were also excited. Their strength was really too weak. Gu Chang'e's words made the young heavenly pride sigh in relief. They couldn't help but look happy and excited. Whoever took on such a heavy responsibility would very likely face the revenge of the inheritor of the demonic arts. Even a young supreme being like the young master of the White Tiger clan was killed. Although they were shouting loudly at this time, when faced with the inheritor of the demonic arts, they might run away faster than anyone else. Now, Gu Chang'e stood up and was in charge of this crusade. This courage made them feel that they were far inferior. Actually, regarding the matter of Yi Ling being hunted down by the various clans of a mortal ancient, I have an uncertain guess. At this time, Yi Langtian suddenly opened his mouth and decided to voice his doubts. Oh, Brother Yi, please go ahead. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. Hearing those words, everyone turned to look at Zhang Xian. I think Yi Ling must have touched something of these clans. Think about it. As the inheritor of the demonic arts, why would he go near the gathering place of these clans? Yi Langtian asked. This was also after serious consideration. His words made Kong Yang, Wang Wushuang, the inheritor of the undead lake, and the other's expressions changed slightly. Gu Changa also looked like he was thinking. Then he frowned and said, "Brother Yi, you mean?" Yi Langtian glanced at him and nodded. Yi Ling's goal is most likely to be to search for lone prodigies from these tribes, or to look for tombs. Hiss! There was a series of gasps. Actually, when Yi Langtian reminded them just now, a lot of people had already guessed it. It was just that some people hadn't reacted yet. Gu Changa glanced at Yi Langtian and praised him in his heart. He didn't call him Brother Yi in vain. At this time, it was still somewhat useful. In this way, it saved Gu Changa some effort in guiding them. Yi Ling would probably have to bear the blame until he died. Searching for a tomb, this, Yi Langtian's words were like a clap of thunder in the ears of the others, causing them to tremble. He was completely shocked, and his entire body was covered in cold air. If Yi Ling had really done that, his current strength would be unimaginable. According to the terrifying nature of demonic techniques, Yi Ling's current cultivation level was simply unfathomable. Yi Ling was not too far away from us at that time, but this is very likely his next plan. Qi Ling had some doubts about Yi Langtian's words. After all, she had been with Yi Ling previously and knew what he had done. Brother Ye's words are very reasonable, but let's leave it at that for now. Tomorrow, we will start searching for Yi Ling nearby. Don't miss any ancient town. If we encounter the immortal ancient remnant tribe, try to reason with them. This matter is really important. At this time, Gu Changa also spoke, looking like he was having a headache. It was as if he was also troubled by Yi Ling's sudden increase in cultivation level. Hearing this, everyone understood that this matter might become even more complicated. Yi Ling had secretly sneaked into the immortal ancient continent. The ancient tombs here were the best breeding grounds for Yi Ling. Then, everyone discussed again and dispersed, preparing to conserve energy and take action the next day. On the other hand, Qi Ling took the initiative to stay and talk to Gu Changa. Most importantly, Qi Ling told Gu Changa about her falling out with Yi Ling and raised her suspicions about Yi Ling. Gu Changa nodded to express his understanding. Then, Gu Changa still pretended to be concerned about her and expressed his deep regret about this matter. No matter what, Yi Ling's title as inheritor of demonic techniques cannot be removed. It's useless no matter how much you, and I trust him, Gu Changa said with a sigh. There are many suspicious points about Yi Ling now. It's not necessarily true that he has nothing to do with the inheritor of demonic techniques, Qi Ling said. Gu Changa nodded to express his agreement. Then, Qi Ling relaxed. It was rare for her to joke with him. She said, "During this time, I've heard a lot about Brother Gu. You suppressed all the creatures of the immortal ancient remnant and even stole the opportunities of your peers. You've caused a bad reputation." Of course, she did not mean to blame Gu Changa. She just could not find a topic to talk about and was purely joking. In her eyes, Gu Changa definitely had his reasons for doing things. Moreover, in a world where the strong preyed on the weak, stealing opportunities was not a big deal. Gu Changa was also aware of this. He smiled and said, "You're blaming me wrongly. Once those opportunities are in their hands, they can't keep them. In the end, they'll be snatched away by the immortal ancient remnant race. They might even lose their lives. So, instead of that, it's better for me to snatch them. They can still live." Of course, he was just making this up. When snatching opportunities, why would he care about such things? If anyone dared to stop him, he would still slap them to death. However, when these words fell into Qi Ling's ears, her eyes widened. She could not help but say in shock, "So Brother Gu really did consider such things?" Gu Changa glanced at her and did not say anything. Her imagination was too terrifying. How could she believe such words? At this time, he suspected that Qi Ling's brain might be missing a cord. Led by Gu Changa, the other supreme orthodoxies, imperishable sects, young supreme beings, and many other young sky prides participated in the crusade against the inheritors of demonic arts. For a time, it caused a huge commotion in the immortal ancient continent. The appearance of the inheritors of demonic arts was already shocking enough. However, no one expected that at this time, Gu Changa would be willing to stand up and lead everyone to fight against the inheritors of demonic arts. For the cultivation world, this was absolutely significant. Once they succeeded, it could even be said to be a great achievement. For a time, young sky prides from all over the world rushed to join the crusade to eliminate the threat to the cultivation world and kill the inheritors of demonic arts. This matter even attracted the attention of the immortal ancient remnant races, even the immortal ancient dragon race, who said that they wanted Gu Changa to return Long Tongue's corpse. Immediately went to find out if this matter was true or not. In the end, the immortal ancient clans came to the conclusion that this time, Gu Changa was serious. This made them feel that they could take advantage of this opportunity. Many young immortal ancient beings also spontaneously gathered to fight against Gu Changa. In the immortal ancient dragon race's ancestral land, an elder directly used the true dragon order to command the rest of the clans to send out their outstanding younger generation to participate in the crusade against Gu Changa. During this period of time, the situation in the immortal ancient continent had become chaotic due to the battles between the living beings and cultivators on both sides. Many of the younger generation of the orthodoxies in the outside world had also died. Many people even had a premonition that a great war would break out in the immortal ancient continent soon. This was especially because Gu Changa had stirred up the situation, causing the living beings on both sides to suffer heavy casualties. Some of the disciples of some orthodoxies even died here because of this. 100 horizontal mountain range. Ancient trees were lush, vast and boundless, and vines were like clouds. A large area of ancient and dilapidated ruins was hidden in the middle. Yu Mingkong's figure appeared here. At this moment, she was leading her people to set up here. Many formation patterns and Dharma artifacts were engraved everywhere by her. The spiritual chi was rich, and essence stones were scattered everywhere. Mysterious scriptures were engraved in every space. Each of the ancient characters emitted a faint golden glow, bobbing up and down in the void. When the immortal light soared into the sky, it could conceal the heavenly secrets here and by her some time. Otherwise, it would attract a large number of cultivators and living beings, which would be bad for her. At this moment, she also received news that Gu Changa was going to crusade against Yiling. This Yiling is really unlucky to have offended Gu Changa. Not only did he take the blame for Gu Changa, but now he is being attacked by Gu Changa and his people. I wonder if Yiling will be so angry that he will vomit blood. Now, everyone is kept in the dark by Gu Changa. No one knows that he is the real inheritor of the demonic technique. He is completely playing with everyone in the world in the palm of his hand. Yu Mingkong naturally had no sympathy for Yiling. At this moment, she was guessing what Gu Changa's motive was. Stealing Yiling's opportunity was one of them. As for the other, to be honest, she could not guess what it was. I have already seen the Immortal Gate. Before anyone realizes it, it should belong to me. In fact, Yu Mingkong had already found a stone gate here. It was very simple and sat in the depths of the mountain range. There were many things carved on the stone gate. The mountains were boundless and as tall as the sky. Divine vines and immortal trees grew, overflowing with immortal aura. She wanted to see the path outside the immortal gate through the gap of the gate, but there was a layer of fog covering it. At that moment, large patches of light rain bloomed from behind the immortal gate, sprinkling down from the sky with immortal Tao runes. These immortal Tao runes entered her body, as if to refine her immortal body. This kind of power was very sacred, far surpassing ordinary great Tao runes, containing powerful energy. Yu Mingkong knew that she had already determined the location of the immortal gate. However, she could not open the immortal gate with her current strength. Now there were only two choices. Either wait for the immortal gate to open on its own and reveal the opportunity to become an immortal, or tell this to Gu Changa. He might have a solution. Yu Mingkong was also in a dilemma. This kind of opportunity was right in front of her, but she could not eat it. She even had the impulse to slash the gate in front of her with her sword. However, she was also worried that Gu Changa would leave her aside and find a way to enter by himself. Then, she would have worked for nothing again. Damn it, this Gu Changa is really vicious. He is clearly the inheritor of the demonic arts. But he framed me and even brought people to suppress me. At the same time, in a courtyard in a remote ancient town, Yi Ling's expression was full of hatred. He could not wait to cut Gu Changa into pieces. Beside him was Yin Mei, who had come to meet him in the ancient town. According to Gu Changa's instructions, Yin Mei's actions did not arouse any suspicion in Yi Ling. Instead, he regretted abandoning Yin Mei and escaping first. He was afraid that Yin Mei would hold a grudge against him. Fortunately, Yin Mei had said that she still had many life-saving treasures at that time, so she was able to escape with her life. She was fine, so she could understand his actions. This made Yi Ling even more moved. At this moment, he was grabbing a young prodigy who was searching for his whereabouts and asking about these things. His expression was very gloomy. What happened outside made him extremely angry. It was simply overflowing with hatred. Gu Changa's actions were even more deranged than a thief crying thief. Qi Ling must have exposed my whereabouts. Otherwise, how could Gu Changa know that I am hiding in this ancient town? Damn it! I should have known that Qi Ling and Gu Changa were in cahoots. To think that I trusted her so much. At this moment, Yi Ling's expression was extremely gloomy. Over the past few days, he could see cultivators flying through the sky, searching for him in various areas. This was simply more hateful than the immortal ancient remnant tribe. Fortunately, they don't know that the cave residence that the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord left for me is actually hidden in this ancient town. Thinking of this, Yi Ling could not help but smile disdainfully. Then, he killed the young prodigy in front of him. Old Tortoise, are you sure that the entrance is in this ancient town? Yi Ling asked the old tortoise in the pendant again. He had a hunch that it would be here. However, without the old tortoise's guidance, he actually did not know the exact location. It's here. The entrance is a dry well. However, there are many formation patterns left behind by the Heavenly Lord. Even a saint will die if they enter by mistake. You have to be careful and find a way out. The old tortoise's words rang out in the pendant, making Yi Ling's expression turn solemn. Then he said to Yin Mei behind him, Yin Mei, remember to follow closely behind me. Don't take a wrong step. Seeing how serious Yi Ling was, Yin Mei also had a worried expression on her face. Then she nodded and said, I know. Don't worry. Yi Ling was relieved when he heard that. He did not notice the flash of mockery in Yin Mei's eyes. Soon, Yi Ling wandered around the nearby courtyard. This ancient town was actually very old. It was very old and seemed to have experienced many vicissitudes. However, there were no living creatures living in it. It was already deserted. It should be this well. In the end, Yi Ling brought Yin Mei to a stop in an ancient temple. There were no traces of living beings in this place. In front of them, there was a dried-up ancient well covered by withered leaves. Yi Ling felt a familiar aura. It was indeed the aura of reincarnation. It's here. There shouldn't be a mistake. He could not help but show joy and excitement on his face. At this time, the sound of divine rainbows came from all over the sky. Several cultivators descended on this ancient town to search for him. Sensing this aura, Yi Ling's expression changed. He said to Yin Mei behind him, 2, follow me. If they did not escape at this time, they would probably be caught red-handed. Therefore, Yi Ling took the lead and rushed to the ancient well in front. He stepped in first. With a splash, the withered leaves drifted away. The space below began to break apart inch by inch. It was a blur, as if another world had appeared. It was as Yi Ling had expected. The bottom of the withered well was not the ground, but a spatial node. Seeing this scene, Yin Mei's face did not show any hesitation as she followed after him. However, the moment she went down, she left an aura mark here. There seems to be someone's aura here just now. Why did it disappear in the blink of an eye? The cultivators searching in the ancient town were also confused. Their divine senses covered thousands of kilometers, but could not find any trace of Yi Ling. Forget it. Let's go back and report to young Master Chang'e first. Yi Ling is not here. With that, the few of them left the ancient town. At this time, in another direction, on a mountain peak, Gu Chang'e, who was sitting cross-legged, his robes fluttering in the wind, suddenly sensed something. He smiled with interest. A strange aura appeared on his body, oppressing the void in front of him and making it blurry. Men! Gu Chang'e ordered calmly. Master! A large group of cultivators and living beings appeared from all around the mountain peak and knelt on the ground. We've received news that the inheritor of the demonic arts has appeared. He's now in a ruin 40,000 kilometers to the east. Spread the news. Gu Chang'e smiled meaningfully. Naturally, there was nothing in that ruin now. If there was anything, it should be a tomb that he had dug. Yes, master. Soon, the followers behind him received the order and disappeared. Yi Ling, oh Yi Ling, what value do you have now? Gu Chang'e got up as he spoke. The void in front of him blurred. He stepped straight into it and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 158. Buzz. Gu Chang'e left the place and stepped into the void. The direction he was heading in was naturally the small town where Yi Ling was. He had just sensed the information that Yin Mei had triggered for him using a secret technique. In other words, Yi Ling had found the reincarnation cave abode. This was naturally a good thing for Gu Chang'e. At this time, he should also pluck Yi Ling's ripe fruit. Pluck was a little harsh, but without Yi Ling, it would have been difficult for him to find the remains of the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation. Now, everyone should have gone to the ruins to find Yi Ling. Anyway, no one will be able to find traces of him. On the contrary, the many exposed tombs there will prove that my words are true. At this time, Gu Chang'e naturally did not forget to fasten the title of inheritor of demonic arts on Yi Ling's head even tighter. For a group of cultivators, they would not let go of the news of Yi Ling and would definitely swarm him like bees in a cocoon. At that time, the tombs would be exposed to the public. The ancient corpses whose essence had dissipated were the best evidence. This was Gu Chang'e's first plan. At that time, it would be impossible for Yi Ling to wash away even if he wanted to. Not to mention that Yi Ling had already gone to the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation's cave abode and knew nothing about this. Gu Chang'e did not intend to let him come back alive. When Gu Chang'e received news of Yi Ling's appearance, many of the younger generation also heard the news. Yi Ling's figure has been found in the ruins in the east. Qi Ling, who was leading people to search for Yi Ling in an ancient town, had a slight change in expression. In fact, when she was with Yi Ling previously, Yi Ling did not show any abnormalities. He did not go near those ruins either. However, Yi Longtian's words earlier made her suspicious. Yi Ling might have had such thoughts at that time, but it was difficult for him to leave because she was by his side. That was why it was difficult for him to make a move. Now that she heard the news, she was even more certain of her guess. I only hope that when the time comes, I won't find Yi Ling in the tombs. Otherwise, he's really too scary. He hid from me for so long. Qi Ling's eyes were cold. At this moment, a murderous aura surged out from her body. She hated it when people lied to her, especially when they were friends. Now, Yi Ling was even more suspicious than Yi Langtian. Crimson Spirit, when you meet Yi Ling, I hope you won't forget about our past relationship. I don't think we need to say more about the dangers of the inheritors of demonic arts. Kong Yang and the others, who were dressed in 21 colorful feather robes and had handsome faces, also tried to persuade him. Their hatred for Yi Ling was deeper than anyone else's. Especially when they recalled the time when they had rushed to this place with Yi Ling, they could not help but feel a chill run down their backs. Such a terrifying person. Fortunately, there were many of them at that time, and they were not alone. Otherwise, they would definitely have been killed by Yiling. Now, they were all praying that the heavenly maiden Inmei of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan would be able to escape the clutches of the demons. Hearing this, Chiling's arrogant face was filled with killing intent. "I will make a real break with him," she said coldly. At this time in other mountains, valleys, and plains, Wang Wushuang, Yilang Tian, the successor of the Undying Lake, and the others also received the news. The inheritors of demonic arts have appeared in a relic in the east. Be careful, don't let him escape. A young supreme martial artist said to the group of junior brothers and sisters behind him. He was very serious and was extremely cautious about this matter. Yiling actually dared to appear. "I'm afraid he will escape this time." Yi Langtian frowned. Divine halos intertwined around his body, and even his hair was extremely bright. He knew Yiling quite well. He knew that this guy looked honest, but was secretly very sinister and cunning. Now that so many people were hunting him down, he actually dared to appear. Clearly, he was confident and had the ability to back it up. Forget it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must not miss it. Yi Langtian immediately summoned his followers and charged toward the relic. Now, the White Tiger clan was pressuring them step by step, forcing them to take out Yiling. In addition, there were other orthodoxies using this as an excuse. As the successor, he was under a lot of pressure. At this time, Yi Langtian wanted nothing more than to kill Yiling with his own hands and capture him to appease the public anger. Wang Wushuang and the other young supreme martial artists did not stop either. They charged toward Yiling's location. In an instant, there was an astonishing commotion in the nearby mountain range. War chariots crushed the horizon. Divine rainbows shook the world as they charged toward the relic. Even the creatures of Immortal Ancient were shocked. They raised their heads to look, especially the black sky eagles, Ancient Snake, Divine Crocodile, and other tribes nearby. What happened? Why are so many people suddenly rushing toward that place? Could it be that some immortal treasure has appeared? When many creatures thought of this, their eyes lit up. They originally planned to work together to suppress Guchanga, but now they all turned into divine rainbows and rushed over. Within the Black Sky Eagle clan's territory, a young girl was currently standing on a cliff surrounded by clouds. She looked to be no more than 17 or 18 years old. She was dressed in white, and clouds surged around her. Her facial features were exquisite. Her black hair was like clouds, with a 9 phoenix hairpin in it. She wore beautiful jade clothes, looking as pure and holy as a divine lotus. Her beauty was unparalleled. Immortal Ancient Dragon Clan has issued a True Dragon Order. The younger generation of Immortal Ancients, various clans, must participate in the suppression of that Guchanga. The young girl softly muttered to herself. Her black, gem-like eyes sparkled. Now that Long Tongue is dead, the younger generation of Immortal Ancients, various clans, is without a leader. This is a good opportunity for me. She was He Ming's older sister, He Yenyu. On the surface, she could be considered one of the best of Immortal Ancients, various clans, younger generation. She was even more so a rarely seen genius in the Black Sky Eagle clan. A while ago, when Long Tongue was looking for heavenly geniuses from various clans, because of their outstanding appearances, Long Tongue took a fancy to them, intending to bring them into his harem. Towards this matter, black-colored Jade originally refused. She kept a low profile, biding her time. However, this didn't mean that her strength was weak. She was willing to serve Long Tongue and follow him for the rest of her life. This was especially the case when black-colored Jade was an extremely ambitious person herself. She planned to lead the Black Sky Eagle clan to rebuild their ancestors' glory, to rule over Immortal Ancients, various clans. She originally planned to find a chance to challenge Long Tongue and explain her position. However, she never expected Long Tongue to fall under Guchanga's hands. Black-colored jade had heard of Guchanga before, knowing that this person was extremely strong. The rumors of immortal ancients' various clans were hard to believe, so she only felt resentment, smearing his name. Guchanga's true strength was already at the heavenly deity level at the very least. Black-colored jade specially investigated the results of that battle. A youth's taboo. These heavy words weren't empty words. However, this time, the various clans were working together, preparing to suppress Guchanga. In her opinion, this might be an opportunity for herself. No matter how powerful Guchanga was, there was no way he could face all of Immortal Ancient's clans alone. Men, come with me. Let's go after Guchanga. Soon after, following Black-colored Jade's words, several powerful figures rushed out from the great mountain behind her. Chi-chi-chi. Air-shattering sounds continuously sounded, rushing out from the depths of various cliffs, appearing at Black-colored Jade's side. A golden-haired young lady with a pair of wings, an old flood dragon, a robust man whose arms were covered in scales, a giant with ox horns on his head. These creatures' auras were all powerful, the weakest at the void god realm. Existences that Black-colored Jade subdued herself in various great mountains and rivers. After Black-colored Jade disappeared, a young man with a pale face walked out from the cliff behind her. The youth had a pair of black wings on his back, precisely aiming. Right now, his eyes were currently suffused with a strange radiance, staring in the direction Black-colored Jade left in. Even the two old ancestors cultivated the wedding dress portion of the technique. Now that older sister has left the clan, it is precisely the time for me to rise up powerfully, seize all authority. He Ming muttered to himself, the flames of ambition burning fiercely in his eyes. Even he did not notice that there were silvery white lines appearing in his eyes, like a spider web, and then disappearing quickly. When Yi Ling led Yin Mei into the dry well, the world was spinning. In a trance, there were many spaces that were being destroyed and overlapped. In the end, the two of them seemed to have passed through a ripple-like ripple and landed on the ground. There was a strange look in Yin Mei's eyes. Then she said with a shocked expression, "Where is this? Have we come to another world?" That's right, this is already another world. In fact, it can be considered a small world, but it was left to me by my master. Hearing that, Yi Ling, who was walking in front of her, nodded, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Usually, he would call him the Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord. However, at this time in the cave that the Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord had left for him, it was better to call him Master. If the Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord still had a wisp of remnant soul here and heard his disrespectful words, he would be expelled from the sect. That would be too much of a loss. Therefore, although Yi Ling usually did not look very smart, he actually had a lot of ideas in his mind. The Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord, could it be? At this time, in order to match Yi Ling's words, Yin Mei could not help but show a shocked expression. She looked like she was stunned. In fact, Guchanga had already said those words for her, so she was not surprised at all. Yes, you guessed right. At this time, Yi Ling was also a little proud. His identity as the successor of the Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord made him feel very proud. However, he did not dare to reveal it because he was afraid that others would target his opportunity. Now that he revealed this in front of Yin Mei, he could not help but smile, enjoying Yin Mei's shocked and respectful gaze. The Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord is a figure close to immortality. I didn't expect you to have such a background, Yi Ling. This is too shocking, Yin Mei could not help but say in admiration. Yi Ling shook his head and said, "That's why the rumors saying that I am the successor of some forbidden demonic technique are not true at all. The real successor of the forbidden demonic technique is actually the successor of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, Guchanga. It's all his fault for framing me. Guchanga is such a despicable and shameless person. Sooner or later, I will tear off his sanctimonious face and let the world know who the real villain is. At the mention of Guchanga, a deep-seated hatred and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. In this world, there had never been anyone like Guchanga, whom he hated to the core. Even Yi Langtian could not compare to him. The two of them had clearly never met before, and had not even spoken to each other before. However, Guchanga had framed him and made him a scapegoat. He had become a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up. He was not far from becoming the enemy of the entire world. You don't have to say all this. I've always believed in you, Yiling. At that moment, Yinmei frowned slightly and spoke, interrupting Yiling's cursing of Guchanga. Yinmei is still the best. Hearing that, Yiling nodded, a little touched. He also realized that now was not the time to talk about this. Immediately, he led the way in front, leading Yinmei forward. Yinmei's traces are here. At that moment, Guchanga's figure walked out of the void and arrived at the abandoned ancient temple. He stared at the dried-up well in front of him, deep in thought. Yiling should have already slipped in by now. It looks like this might be a space tunnel, just like my inner world. Guchanga's divine consciousness probed into the dried-up well. Being proficient in the power of the void, he quickly sensed a faint fluctuation in space. Clearly, this was a passage to another world, and there was a hidden mystery. Someone should be on their way to the ruins by now. Now, other than me, no one knows Yiling's whereabouts. Guchanga smiled faintly, then stepped into the well. This was not the first time he had plucked a ripe fruit. He was already familiar with the process. Yiling had helped him get rid of all kinds of dangers in front of him, and he had come along the way. Naturally, he was happy and relaxed. This time, Guchanga did not plan to let Yiling leave this place alive. Lastly, where did the inheritor of demonic arts, Yiling, go? Naturally, he had used all his strength and escaped from him. When the time came, Guchanga and Yinmei would cooperate and say that Yiling had escaped because of his serious injuries. He would then pretend that he was also seriously injured. This plan was flawless, in Guchanga's opinion. In the end, no one would know where Yiling was. They would only know that he was hiding everywhere as the inheritor of demonic arts. All the forces and orthodoxies would be looking for Yiling. But how could they find a dead person? Yiling had all kinds of disguises and techniques to hide his origin. Therefore, no one would know that Yiling was dead. Instead, they would think that Yiling had escaped Yao Yao and was hiding in the dark. As long as no one noticed what Guchanga did, everyone would naturally think that it was the dead Yiling's doing. Who would suspect him? Yiling and Yinmei had been rushing for a long time. This place looked like an underground crack that connected directly to the depths. There was even a scorching aura coming from it. There were some formation patterns in the void around 603. If one did not understand the power of reincarnation, even a saint would find it difficult to move around here. Yiling, you have to be careful. This is the Heavenly Venerable One's final test. You have to be careful of the formation patterns and mechanisms in front. Old Tortoise's voice came from the pendant. This made Yiling's heart tremble. He did not dare to let his guard down. Boom! 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 Soon he saw a light in front of him. Hot lava flowed under his feet. A single plank bridge stretched across the lava and connected to the other side. There are fire elemental creatures in the lava. Be careful, Old Tortoise reminded. Yiling nodded. Waves of terrifying heat, like a sea of fire, came from below and kept hitting him. However, it was destroyed by the power of reincarnation on his body and could not hurt him at all. Not only was this wave scorching hot, it was also mixed with a terrifying gravitational force. An ordinary void god cultivator would probably explode in an instant. Even a true god would be shocked. It had to be said that the test set by the reincarnation Heavenly Venerable was very suitable for the current Yiling. It would not make him feel that his life was in danger, but it was not too dangerous either. In Guchanga's opinion, this was the so-called superfluous action. Roar, Many creatures wrapped in flames jumped out of the lava in front of him and attacked Yiling. This made him fall into a fight for a while. Meanwhile, Inmei was hiding in the back, watching all of this and secretly leaving traces behind. Yiling did not notice Inmei's actions at all. Now, in his eyes, the end of the road ahead hid endless opportunities. Nothing was more important than this. Soon, Yiling led Inmei and broke through all obstacles. After solving many of the tests set by the reincarnation, Heavenly Venerable, and destroying a series of array patterns and killing traps, they finally reached the depths. A cave abode was located there, and divine light was gushing out from it. 3 bronze pillars supported a bronze and white jade palace that floated in the void. Wisps of black and white reincarnation power surged in it. It was extremely bright and reflected the surrounding darkness clearly. In the palace, there was a silver lake that was as calm as the Milky Way, rising and falling with silver mist. There was a small silver tree with silver and black stripes that contained the mysteries of reincarnation. It was showing off inside. Seeing all this, Yiling, who was standing outside the cave abode, was pleasantly surprised and excited. Even Inmei was stunned at this time. What she saw in front of her was too shocking. The reincarnation lake left by the Heavenly Venerable can be used to forge a reincarnation body. The reincarnation root is an immortal item rooted in the reincarnation lake. It can condense the origin of reincarnation and even be used as a weapon to kill all things. And the portable cave abode that the Heavenly Venerable refined with the World Stone. It contains all the remains of the Heavenly Venerable and even a few terrifying puppets that he refined back then. Old Tortoise's excited voice also rang in Yiling's ears. All this effort was not in vain. Yiling was also very excited. Looking at all the opportunities, his entire body trembled slightly. All of this is mine. The heavens are on my side. Guchanga, just you wait. His voice was filled with excitement and trembling slightly. Chapter 159. I'm indeed the one destined to be. Yiling couldn't help but laugh out loud and quickly walked toward the cave abode. At this moment, after going through dangers and obstacles, he finally arrived in front of the cave abode. He was so excited that he was trembling. He could even see the light of treasures coming from within. All kinds of powerful and mysterious weapons were emitting a dense light that gushed out of the cave abode. All this hard work has not been in vain. The old tortoise in his pendant could not help but sigh emotionally. Although the journey was difficult, there were no dangers. Now, Yiling only needed to enter the cave abode and refine the core of the cave abode. Yiling could have everything here. With the cave abode by his side, even if he was hunted down, he could hide in it. Who would be able to find him? At this moment, Yiling was extremely excited. He had already thought it through. Now he could finally reveal his identity openly. The successor of the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara, not the inheritor of demonic arts. With this cave abode, even if someone coveted his inheritance, he could escape safely. Yiling was not afraid at all. After today, it's my chance to turn things around. I'll reveal my identity to the public and let the world know who the true inheritor of demonic arts is, Yiling said to himself. He had always believed that he could defy the heavens and change his fate. Even though the current situation was very bad and everyone wanted to beat him up, there was not much hope for survival. However, he also believed that he could turn the situation around. That was because in the past, situations like this were all too common. Even in more dangerous situations, he could still turn the situation around. In Yiling's opinion, Guchanga was just a stepping stone on his path to greatness, a whetstone for him. But now, this stepping stone, this whetstone, would finally be crushed by him. At the thought of this, Yiling was excited. Yiling was so excited that he could not stop trembling. The hand that he used to push open the cave was also trembling. It was as if there was a peerless immortal secret that could allow him to ascend instantly and become an immortal. Inmei, wait for me outside. At the same time, Yiling tried to calm himself down and said to Inmei behind him, Yi Ling, won't you let me go in and take a look? However, at this moment, Yin Mei suddenly spoke. The usual gentleness and charm on her face disappeared. She looked very calm and cold. Yi Ling was slightly taken aback by his words. Yin Mei also wants to go in and take a look? He suddenly hesitated. After all, this was an opportunity that belonged to him. It was left for him by the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign. He would give some things to Yin Mei, but he would have to wait for him to finish refining it. At this time, he did not notice the change in Yin Mei's expression. Something's not right with Yi Ling. Old Tortoise's expression suddenly changed as he spoke. Forget it. It's fine if you don't want to. Yin Mei interrupted Yi Ling's silence and shook her head. Her expression was calm, giving Yi Ling a sense of unfamiliarity. Yin Mei, what do you mean? At this moment, Yi Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. His mind suddenly buzzed and went blank. From Yin Mei's eyes, he could see a hint of mockery. This was completely different from the Yin Mei he was familiar with. Yi Ling's heart skipped a beat. He was not stupid. At this time, he also sensed that something was not right. You're not even willing to give me an opportunity. Yi Ling, are you sincere to me? Yin Mei asked calmly. Yi Ling looked at this unfamiliar woman. It was still that familiar oval face, as fair as mutton-fat jade. Her eyebrows were curved, her nose was high, her lips were red, her teeth were sparkling, and her hair was as smooth as silk. She was such a beautiful woman. Why did she suddenly say such frosty words? How is that possible, Yin Mei? Yi Ling's eyes were filled with regret and disbelief. He did not expect that Yin Mei had been lying to him all along. The plot was laid bare. It turned out that Yin Mei was also after his opportunity. Now, she had finally fallen out with him. Yi Ling only felt his heart ache. All this time, he had taken care of Yin Mei and told her many things. But now, Yin Mei actually shed all pretense of cordiality with him because of the matter of the immortal's cave and the opportunity. That Qi Ling. Suddenly, Yi Ling realized that something was wrong. Previously, he and Old Tortoise had suspected that Qi Ling had revealed his whereabouts. You've wronged her. I did it. Yin Mei's answer was very calm. There was no unnaturalness in it. Good. You bitch. How dare you scheme against me? Yi Ling's face suddenly turned pale. He suddenly regretted it. Qi Ling's cold eyes appeared in his mind. It turned out that this was all part of Yin Mei's scheme. The gap between Brother by Lie and me, and even the fact that I went to save you, was actually all part of your scheme, right? You're so cruel, Yin Mei. Yi Ling stared coldly at Yin Mei. He felt a chill down his spine. Who would have thought that this peerlessly beautiful woman would actually have such a vicious heart? This made him hate and angry. He was really blind to have trusted her so much and was so infatuated with her. But in the end, not only did he not gain anything, he even got himself into trouble. If you didn't have a problem, I wouldn't have done all this. You don't trust others enough. Are you blaming me? Hearing this, Yin Mei could not help but show a faint, mocking expression. She had wanted to lay her cards on the table with Yi Ling for a long time. Now that she had the rare opportunity, she naturally would not waste it. Yi Ling was the kind of person who only allowed others to betray him, but not others. It was natural for others to treat him well. If others did not treat him well, he could not wait to kill their entire family. He would not consider other people's feelings at all. To be honest, such a double standard disgusted Yin Mei to the extreme. If it were not for Gu Changa's mission, she would not have endured until now. Shut up, you bitch. This is all because of you. Yi Ling was furious. Yin Mei's words stabbed him in the heart. He would not allow her to talk about him like that. If it were not for her instigation, he would not have been separated by her. How could he be alienated? And how could he part ways with Qi Ling? Do you think that saying these things will work? This is a world where strength speaks the loudest. Any schemes and tricks are useless in the face of absolute strength. Even if you lay your cards on the table with me, So what? Yin-mei, you overestimate yourself. Today will be the day of your death. Yi Ling could not help but laugh. Then he stared coldly at Yin-mei with an expression that said, "You are dead meat." He was confident that he had a trump card that could kill Yin-mei. Even if a great sage appeared, he had a way to kill or defeat him with his trump card. Just a mere Yin-mei. What kind of storm could she stir up? You think too highly of yourself. Yin-mei looked at him coldly. There was no fear in her ruby-like eyes at all. She was calm and collected. You are asking for death. Die, I will fulfill your wish now. Yi Ling shouted coldly. His gaze was very cold. He wanted to kill Yin-mei. Victory was in his hands. He was very confident. At this moment, he fully unleashed his early-stage emperor-ranked power. After breaking through, during this period, he had already caught up with many young paragons. If anyone saw this breakthrough speed, it would definitely cause a huge commotion and cause a huge commotion. Boom! A huge golden figure appeared behind him. It was like a young divine king. His entire body was burning and his hair was shining. He slapped his palm toward Yin-mei. It was like a raging sea that flooded the sky. This was Yi Ling's emperor-ranked Dharma body. Do you still not understand at this time? Yin-mei still had that calm and mocking expression. She did not care about Yi Ling's sudden attack at all. Since she dared to be honest with Yi Ling, she was naturally confident. At this moment, every inch of the void in this space suddenly quietened down. A terrifying divine power descended from the sky. What? Oh no! Even the old tortoise in the pendant raised its head in bewilderment. Buzz! A golden palm that covered the sky descended from the void in front of Yin-mei. The palm print was clear and shrouded in mist. There were even traces of chaotic aura floating in it. It was like the hand of an immortal emperor. It shook the heavens. Who? Yi Ling's heart suddenly skipped a beat. His expression changed drastically. He never expected that there was actually a hidden expert behind Yin-mei. This was something he did not expect. Boom! This palm descended. It was as if billions of layers of void were crushing down. It was abnormally terrifying. Poof! So powerful. Yi Ling could not believe it. He suddenly coughed out a large mouthful of blood as if he had been struck by lightning. The huge golden Dharma body was directly destroyed. He hurriedly activated an ancient talisman. A layer of black and white light appeared on his body to avoid being killed by this palm. Then he hurriedly moved to the side in a sorry state. However, half of his body was still grazed, and his arm was broken. He spat out blood. His entire body was in intense pain. He felt that his organs were broken, and many of his bones were broken. Boom! However, this palm did not show any signs of stopping. It continued to press down. Break! Yi Ling gritted his teeth. His entire body shone brightly. Pitch black, sacred suns appeared behind him. Black divine light flowed. They contained the power of time and illuminated the surroundings. The killing intent was terrifying. A phenomenon. Black sun illuminating the sky. Wisps of black divine light erupted and covered the area. Its power was unparalleled. It was enough to seriously injure an ordinary true god. Rumble. At this moment, it was as if several stars had exploded. Terrifying energy was wildly released. If not for the support of several bronze pillars and the array patterns laid out here, if not for the strange power protecting it, it would have been destroyed long ago. Crack! The black sacred suns directly exploded and turned into ashes. Even so, Yi Ling still spat out blood. He flew backward like a broken sack and smashed into the stone wall. He was instantly seriously injured. Rumble! This palm finally landed. A terrifying large crack appeared on the ground. It caused the nearby palace and cave to tremble. Who is it? Yi Ling stared in the direction of Yin-mei. His entire body was split open and covered in blood. He no longer had the confidence he had just now. Master. At this moment, Inmei also respectfully and obediently called out, Master. As expected of the successor of the reincarnation, Heavenly Sovereign, you can be proud of yourself and leave your name in the world after taking one of my palms. Accompanied by a faint chuckle, Gu Changa's figure finally appeared in the void. He stood with his hands behind his back. He looked down at Yi Ling, whose face was pale with shock and disbelief. Of course, this was just a casual palm. It was not his real strength. Otherwise, Yi Ling would not have been seriously injured. If he did not have a life-saving item, he would have been smashed into a bloody mist on the spot. His body and soul would have been destroyed. Gu Changa followed the mark left by Inmei and naturally found his way here. Of course, it was all thanks to Yi Ling that he could do so easily. Gu Changa. Yi Ling was about to spit fire. He stared at Gu Changa, who had appeared here. He gritted his teeth and said those 3 words. At this moment he reacted. His whole body was ice cold. It was as if the top of his head had been opened and ice water poured down. Gu Changa was standing behind Inmei. This was something that he did not even dare to think about before. However, what he saw today really frightened him. His whole body was cold. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, no one would have believed that Inmei was Gu Changa's subordinate. This move was really hidden too deeply. He reckoned that from the beginning, Gu Changa had schemed against everyone, so that Bai Lai might have been killed by them. After that, he put the blame for Bai Lai's death on his head. When he thought of this and connected it to Inmei's calmness, Yi Ling's heart kept beating and the blood drained from his face. Things had gone beyond his expectations. This was the first time he had confronted Gu Changa head-on. However, even with his full strength, he was still no match for Gu Changa's casual palm. Gu Changa's strength was as rumored. It was simply unfathomable. He even felt that the palm just now was just Gu Changa playing tricks on him. However, this made it difficult for him to resist. At this moment, Yi Ling's heart sank to the bottom. I'm afraid I'm doomed today. This Gu Changa scheme is too terrifying. It really makes one shudder. How can there be such a terrifying person in this world? The expression of Old Tortoise in the pendant was also extremely solemn and dignified. It had seen too many heaven's prides. Whether it was talent or talent, they all dominated an era. However, it had never seen someone like Gu Changa, a young man who played everyone in the world in the palm of his hand. Demon. This was a person more terrifying than a demon. Old Tortoise, what should I do now? Yi Ling's back was full of cold sweat. His previous confidence and excitement had turned into coldness and regret at this moment. Gu Changa was definitely lured here by Inmei, and he just so happened to get rid of all obstacles for Gu Changa so that he could go on without hindrance. Compared to Inmei, Gu Changa was definitely the most terrifying person. He had never shown himself in the dark, but he schemed against the world. No one knew about all this. His own strength was also unbelievably powerful. We can only pray that Gu Changa doesn't know what trump cards you have, or that the Heavenly Lord had a premonition that this day would come and left a backup plan, Old Tortoise said solemnly, not daring to relax at all. Today was definitely a matter of life and death. Gu Changa, what's your purpose? Yi Ling forced himself to calm down at this time. He wiped away the bloodstains and asked, looking at Gu Changa intently. Gu Changa sized up the Heavenly Lord's cave residence behind him and the reincarnation lake in the palace. He replied casually, I don't have a purpose. It's just to kill you. Yi Ling indeed did not disappoint him. This was indeed what the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara had left for him. The surging power of Samsara had become so dense that it was beautiful. However, it had nothing to do with Yi Ling now. Gu Changa, if you kill me, who will take the blame for your demonic technique? Hearing this, Yi Ling's breathing stopped, but he calmed down and planned to negotiate with Gu Changa. He did have a trump card in his hand, but since Gu Changa dared to appear, he probably had a great deal of confidence. At this time, no matter how reluctant Yi Ling was, He had to give up everything in order to survive. Gu Changa stared at the series of fate points above his head and could not help but laugh faintly. It's fine. You don't have to worry about this. Even if you die, you can take the blame for me. Chapter 160. Gu Changa's eyes were filled with interest. Now that he had severed ties with Qi Ling, Yi Ling still had more than 5,000 luck points. To be honest, Gu Changa was a little surprised. However, when he killed Long Teng previously, he had already used the luck steal card and succeeded. Therefore, he planned to use it this time. Although Gu Changa still had many ways to attack Yi Ling and lose his luck points, there was no need for that. It would be too complicated. Killing the Son of Destiny, Yi Ling, will give you 3,000 luck points and 15,000 destiny points. Additional rewards will be calculated separately. Gu Changa looked at the system mission. In addition to the reincarnation Heavenly Venerates reward, he would also receive a large amount of luck points. Yes, he was already calculating the rewards. After killing Yi Ling, Gu Changa did not think that Yi Ling would have a chance to escape. Gu Changa, you've gone too far. I'll fight you to the death. At that moment, after hearing Gu Changa's reply, Yi Ling was also stunned. He did not expect Gu Changa to say that. Then he shouted angrily, "You want me to take the blame after I die?" A thick chill ran down his spine. Then boundless anger and hatred followed. This Gu Changa is really vicious. He deserves to die. Even if I cut him into pieces, I won't be able to vent my hatred. Even if I die, you won't let me go? At that moment, a monstrous black divine light spread out from Yi Ling's body. It rose out of thin air and turned into a lifelike black dragon. The dragon's might spread, its scales were dense, and divine runes intertwined. It actually had a spiritual intent. At the same time, white divine light intertwined and turned into a white true phoenix that spread its wings and was about to fly. It opened its mouth and let out a sharp cry. Roar! The black dragon also stood with its head held high and let out an earth-shattering roar. It was like a huge bell that shook the surroundings. That was the evolution of the power of reincarnation. The two colors of black and white represented life and death in reincarnation. The alternation contained terrifying power. Even a heavenly god would have to be careful and not touch it lightly. Why do you always like to say this line? What do you mean by I'm going too far? Gu Changa's expression didn't change. He smiled indifferently. Do you think I won't bully you after you shout? With a wave of his sleeve, he stood in the air. Wang! He raised his palm and pressed it down. A gigantic palm suddenly came crashing down. Mist coiled within it as symbols floated up and down. It was extremely heavy, as if it was the palm of the heavens, causing space to distort as if it was about to shatter. The terrifying pressure caused Yi Ling's heart to palpitate, and his expression changed drastically. It was formed from a sea of divine talismans. The one who used this technique definitely had an extremely deep understanding of all kinds of divine abilities and magical arts. There was even the mighty power of heaven and earth contained within this technique. Most importantly, it involved the power of rules. Puff! No matter how strong the power of reincarnation was, in the face of different levels of laws, it was instantly destroyed. The true phoenix and black dragon let out a miserable shriek as they were instantly crushed by Gu Changa's palm. I have no enmity with you. Why are you doing this to me? Yi Ling's face turned pale. He wanted to escape the range of this palm, but he found that the space had been frozen as if he had fallen into a quagmire. He felt a chill run down his back. Boom! At the critical moment, Yi Ling crushed a rune. Immediately, the pressure of the Saint Realm appeared. The order of rules intertwined and erupted, sweeping toward Gu Changa. Boring. At this time, Gu Changa also stopped smiling. His eyes became cold. Wang! Accompanied by a terrifying and vast demonic aura, the Octotera demonic halberd appeared in his hand like a peerless demon that had broken out of a cage. It conveyed a kind of joy and excitement to him. Gu Changa looked coldly at Yiling. The halberd swept across. Demonic light surged, and the halberd light was terrifying. Strands of black, divine chains of rules were entwined around it. It was as if it could destroy the heavens and split open the universe. This is the old tortoise in the pendant suddenly looked terrified. It trembled a little as it recognized this peerless weapon. It did not expect that it would fall into Gu Changa's hands in the end. Poof! In just an instant, the space in front of Yi Ling exploded. He let out a miserable cry. The rune that he used was directly annihilated. His entire skeleton was crushed by this terrifying aura, and clouds of blood burst out. It's beyond the power of an ordinary saint. The old tortoise's voice trembled. Yi Ling, don't hesitate. Use that. Otherwise, you'll die here today. Its voice was unprecedentedly terrified. Gu Changa was not surprised that the halberd did not kill Yi Ling. The son of destiny definitely had many life-saving tricks. But no one could stop him from killing Yi Ling today. Chi, let's see how many times you can resist. Gu Changa's demonic aura surged to the sky, and his eyes turned dark. The surging power was like the rise and fall of a terrifying Wangyang. It could make the stars in the heavens tremble. He slashed down again, and the void in front of him was like a piece of paper, easily torn apart. How is this possible? At this moment, Yi Ling was covered in blood. He was terrified and desperate. His entire body was struck by this halberd light, and the 7-colored divine armor he was wearing instantly exploded. One had to know that the armor could withstand a blow from a saint. In other words, Gu Changa's attack just now had reached the level of a saint. Thinking of this, Yi Ling was scared out of his wits. He almost lost the will to resist. Gu Changa was just a young person, but he had such terrifying power. Was this the terror of a forbidden, demonic technique? It was too unbelievable. It made one's hair stand on end. Yi Ling's body was cold. He could not believe it, but he still heard the old tortoise's words. Yi Ling did not want to die. Master, save me. He roared and used all his strength to activate an ancient golden rune. He even burned his blood essence. At the top of his skull, his divine soul was resplendent, becoming transparent. This was the strongest life-saving method left by the ancient heavenly lord of samsara for him. But now Yi Ling could not care less. If he did not use it, he would definitely be killed by Gu Changa here today. Buzz! The golden rune was ignited by Yi Ling. It spewed out a terrifying brilliance, as if something was awakening from it. At this moment, even the cave abodes and palaces not far away were trembling, making strange sounds. As the golden rune was ignited, the void was distorted. Terrifying black divine light spread out in all directions, as if a black sun was rising in this space. A tall, blurry figure appeared, as if he had walked over from ancient times. His gaze was terrifying, as if it contained the black sun and the white moon, as if an ancient god had descended. The ancient heavenly lord of samsara appeared. His gaze was deep, although it was a wisp of a phantom that had been separated by an unknown amount of time. But his aura continued to rise, causing the void to become blurry as if it was about to collapse. A terrifying pressure descended. Gu Changa estimated that this ancient heavenly lord of samsara was probably an ancient existence that had stepped into another world. The immortal realm. Just a wisp of a phantom was already extremely powerful, enough to sweep away a supreme sage existence. Master, save me. The moment he saw this tall figure, Yi Ling could not help but be overjoyed, as if he had been saved from a hopeless situation, and shouted excitedly. He felt that he had hope of surviving. Master! The old turtle in the pendant was also very excited, shouting at the figure. The ancient heavenly lord of samsara. Yin Mei's expression changed slightly, and she glanced at Gu Changa a little worriedly. After all, this was an existence from the immortal ancient era, and his fame was too ancient. It was even said that he controlled the reincarnation of all living beings, comprehended the mysteries of reincarnation, and was immortal and indestructible. However, Gu Changa's expression did not change in the slightest, which made her sigh in relief. Coward! The ancient heavenly lord of Samsara snorted coldly. The moment his figure appeared, the first thing he saw was Yi Ling, and there was undisguised disappointment in his eyes. Although it was just a phantom that had been separated by an unknown amount of time, but he also quickly understood the current situation. As the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, he actually used this last resort for a young man of the same generation. To be honest, he was very disappointed. He did not expect his successor to be so useless and cowardly. Little turtle, you disappoint me too much. He looked at the old turtle in the pendant and said, not putting Gu Changa in his eyes at all. He was a heavenly lord of a generation. Even if it was just a phantom, it was not a true Dharma body. But it was still easy for him to destroy a junior. Master, the old turtle said guiltily, knowing why the heavenly lord said this. However, this matter was too complicated to explain. Gu Changa's strength was really not something that could be explained in a short time. The most important thing was that the heavenly lord still did not realize the true identity of Gu Changa in front of him. Master, Yi Ling was also very embarrassed, but at this moment he also had confidence. No matter how strong Gu Changa was, could he fight against a legendary figure from the immortal ancient era? In fact, he did not know that the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara had left such a phantom in the golden rune. If he had known, he would not have been in such a sorry state and in despair at the beginning. He was afraid that the situation would have to be changed. It was Gu Changa's turn to be in despair. However, what Yi Ling found hard to believe was that at this moment, Gu Changa's expression did not change at all. He was not worried. He was not afraid. Was he pretending to be calm? Or did he have confidence in himself? Heavenly Lord, it's a pity that it's just a phantom. At this moment, Gu Changa spoke. He looked at the phantom in front of him and looked a little regretful. Junior, you dare to look down on me? Hearing this, the heavenly lord of Samsara's eyes immediately became deep and cold as he stared at Gu Changa. A majestic and terrifying pressure swept down, enough to crush all living creatures. If it was in the outside world, it would definitely be able to destroy heaven and earth. In this space, he was like the absolute master. Gu Changa's attitude was still indifferent. He smiled and said, "Look down on you? No, Heavenly Lord, you think too highly of yourself." Before he acted, he naturally considered everything. He had expected that the heavenly lord of Samsara would leave such a move for Yi Ling. Therefore, Gu Changa was not anxious at all. Everything was still under his control. Junior, the heavenly lord of Samsara's face was slightly sullen. He had never been looked down upon like this before. Moreover, it was a junior. Although he was once high and mighty, what he manifested now was just a phantom that contained emotions. He was about to raise his hand to destroy Gu Changa when he saw the 8 desolation demonic halberd in Gu Changa's hand. His pupils suddenly shrank. The more powerful this ominous object was, the more one would understand. His origin was so great that it shocked the heavens. He did not notice it earlier, but now he could not help but be stunned for a moment. Buzz! At this moment, the void in front of him blurred, and every time the space was filled with the power of the rules. The ancient heavenly lord of Samsara was stunned. He realized that at this moment he was actually imprisoned. Although it was only for a moment, it shocked him. Watch carefully, heavenly lord. Gu Changa smiled faintly and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, his figure took a step forward and appeared in front of Yi Ling. The 8 desolation demonic halberd fell from the sky, containing an unstoppable sharpness. The torrential demonic chi on it was about to drown every inch of the void. What? Yi Ling's face, which had originally heaved a sigh of relief, suddenly turned pale. His eyes widened in horror. At this moment, his soul was about to be frozen. Yi Ling shouted, his face ferocious and desperate. "Master, save me. I don't want to die. I can't accept this." I haven't stood at the peak and looked down. However, Guchanga did not give him a chance to react. The next moment, the 8 Desolation demonic halberd shattered the void. With a splurt, Yi Ling, whose expression was full of despair and unwillingness, suddenly turned into a bloody mist. His body and soul were destroyed. Your successor can't even withstand a single blow. Guchanga looked at the heavenly lord of Samsara with a faint smile. "Junior, how dare you? You're courting death." The heavenly lord of Samsara, who had come to his senses, was furious to the extreme. Killing his successor in front of him, this kind of courage was simply unparalleled. This junior was simply courting death. Even if he was the current owner of this ominous weapon, it would not do. The turbulent and vast chi was like a part of the blue sky falling, wanting to crush Guchanga to death. "Don't be anxious, heavenly lord. I'll send you down to accompany your successor." Guchanga was still smiling faintly. A palm-sized black treasure bottle appeared in his sleeve. Buzz! At the same time, with a thought in his mind, pitch-black runes suddenly flashed in the void as if they were branded, firmly sealing the void where the heavenly lord of Samsara was. These black runes contained a strange power, like chains, permeating every inch of the void. Black mist was constantly rising from this place. "This is the immortal devouring demonic skill. You are..." At this moment, the heavenly lord of Samsara's expression changed drastically, as if he had been tricked. In particular, when he saw the black great Tao treasure bottle that Guchanga had taken out, he was in disbelief. He did not dare to underestimate Guchanga anymore. He was actually the successor of the immortal devouring demonic skill. Is this guy still human? He even dares to scheme against a heavenly lord. This is too terrifying. The old tortoise in the pendant was not dead. When it saw this scene, it could not help but tremble to the extreme. Buzz! Soon, the void in front of it was densely packed with black runes. Black fog rose, turning into a pitch-black color, and shrouded the surroundings. With the great Tao treasure bottle in hand, Guchanga stepped into it. There was a faint sound of anger, unwillingness, and disbelief, which made the old tortoise's heart tremble. That was the heavenly lord of Samsara, its once invincible master. Even a wisp of his shadow was incomparably powerful and terrifying, able to destroy a galaxy with a thought. Now a terrifying figure that was basically unseen in the world was being schemed against by a junior, and it was letting out an indignant roar. It was too shocking, and it was extremely frightened. If this news spread, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. Soon, the fluctuations there disappeared, and the black fog that shrouded the surroundings disappeared. The great Tao runes disappeared one by one. Guchanga walked out with a calm expression. Under his sleeve, the great Tao treasure bottle flashed and disappeared, and there was no abnormality. As for the heavenly lord of Samsara's shadow, it had already disappeared. Chapter 161. Bam! The 8 Desolation demonic halberd swept through the space, followed by the last wisp of dust that drifted down from the sky. The fog dissipated, and the scene before him became clear. Guchanga walked out of it and unhurriedly collected the many great Tao runes in the nearby void. His robes were new, and he did not look like he had just gone through a battle. The heavenly lord's apparition is just SOO. Guchanga shook his head and looked up at the cave abode in front of him that was gushing with silver light, and the palace that was supported by 3 white jade pillars. But these good things are all mine. He could not help but reveal a faint smile on his face. All in all, everything was within his expectations. Buzz! No matter how reluctant the 8 Desolation demonic halberd was, it was mercilessly collected into the weapon space. This was not the time to expose it. Ding! The luck skimming card was successfully used. Obtained 5,000 luck points and 25,000 destiny points. Ding! The mission to kill the son of fate, Yiling, is completed. Obtained 3,000 luck points and 15,000 destiny points. Ding! The son of fate's luck points clearing to 0 has been triggered. Obtained an additional heavenly Tao treasure chest. Calculating all rewards. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his mind. 40,000 destiny points and 8,000 destiny points. Yiling really did not disappoint me. Gu Chang'e revealed a satisfied expression. The moment he used the power of space to hold back the reincarnation Heavenly Lord's apparition, he used the luck skimming card. The effect was very successful when Yiling was in despair. He obtained 5,000 luck points. Then he completed the clearing of his luck points and triggered the drop rules. An additional great Tao treasure chest related to Yiling was dropped. Open. Gu Chang'e opened the great Tao treasure chest. A familiar light flashed before his eyes. Soon, a ball of flickering black and white brilliance of yin and yang appeared in his palm. It looked like a ball of flowing celestial light, as bright as the Milky Way. But there were all kinds of mysterious meanings emerging from it. Life and death reincarnation, the birth and destruction of worlds, the collapse of the heavens and the earth. In a trance, Gu Chang'e saw many miraculous scenes. In the depths of the universe, the world tree propped up the eternal heavens. At the bottom of the tree was a dazzling silver ocean that accepted the souls of all living beings in the universe. TSK, this is indeed a good item. It involves the true essence of the sea of reincarnation. This is the supreme power that maintains the operation of the universe. Gu Chang'e was very satisfied. After scheming against Yiling for so long, he had gained quite a lot. In addition, the reincarnation Heavenly Sovereign's illusory figure could also provide Gu Chang'e with a lot of benefits. He had prepared for the worst from the very beginning. Providence was an illusory thing. Despite Yiling's circumstances, he still had so many providence points. This meant that his trump card was not that weak. Therefore, Gu Chang'e guessed that the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara had left the strongest life-saving talisman for Yiling. It might even be a wisp of his Tao, Law Dharma body. Unfortunately, in the end, it was only a wisp of an illusory figure. This made Gu Chang'e feel a little regretful. According to his arrangement, even a wisp of Tao, Law Dharma body could deal with it. In the end, it was an illusory figure that did not even have 1% of the power of the Tao Law Dharma body. To be honest, he had overestimated Yiling's trump card. But then again, Gu Chang'e felt that he had thought too far ahead. It was a foolproof plan, but he was still worried that there would be accidents. To this extent, he had made a few more arrangements. He thought that Yiling was on the 10th level, but in the end, Yiling was only on the 1st level. One had to know that the great Tao treasure bottle that Gu Chang'e had used just now was not constructed from condensed runes. This was the real great Tao treasure bottle. It was said that when it was refined back then, many terrifying blood-colored smoke pierced through the sky and enveloped the various stars. Endless blood essence rushed out from the corpses of the various supreme powerhouses. One after another, they were extremely thick and bright red. They pierced through the sky and disappeared into the depths of the universe. Of course, this was also one of Gu Chang'e's trump cards. If he had not been worried that the ancient heavenly venerate of Samsara's methods would be too tyrannical, he would not have used this great Tao treasure bottle so easily. This was because its aura could easily attract the attention of certain existences. It was precisely because of this that Gu Chang'e sealed the void to prevent the aura of the great Tao treasure bottle from leaking out. Did the ancient heavenly venerate of Samsara think that this was set up by Gu Chang'e specifically to deal with him? No, that was purely Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign thinking too much. Reincarnation Immortal Light X1 contains the profound meaning of reincarnation. It is the power of time and involves the origin of time, the Tao of time. Then Gu Chang'e checked the explanation of this immortal light. It seemed similar to the 5-colored true dragon blood and the void marrow that he had encountered previously. They were both supreme talents and the like. However, the reincarnation immortal light and the void marrow were of the same level. The reincarnation immortal light involved the supreme power of time. The void marrow involved the supreme power of space. Guchanga began to fuse with this reincarnation immortal light. A warm feeling enveloped his entire body, as if he was wandering in endless mysterious runes. In the end, Guchanga chose to fuse it into his eyes. One left and one right, life and death. Fuse! Soon, this familiar clear aura brushed past his eyes. At this moment, there seemed to be endless mysteries gathering in his eyes, and the sky was filled with divine light. The immortal light was restrained, but there were reincarnation runes appearing in it, which could transform into the terrifying power of time. Life and death with a single thought. At this moment, if someone looked directly into Guchanga's eyes, they would definitely be unable to help but palpitate, and even their divine soul would collapse. This kind of aura could even allow people to witness the evolution of the universe, the birth of heaven and earth, and all kinds of scenes that happened in the blink of an eye. Deep, mysterious, vast, unknown, Guchanga tried it, and immortal light flashed in his eyes. The void in front of him suddenly became blurry. Black and white color circulated, and everything was covered by the power of time. A strange power emerged from it. This power could even instantly take away one's life and lead one to the end of death. The power of time is indeed a supreme law. With this kind of power, I'm afraid it will be much easier for me to face the Supreme Saint, Guchanga said in satisfaction. The strange phenomena in his eyes quickly disappeared, and no abnormalities could be seen. Even Inmei, who was not far away, did not notice Guchanga's abnormality just now. Is this plunder? Only the old turtle's divine soul in the pendant witnessed everything with its own eyes and couldn't help but tremble. It saw the power that Guchanga had just displayed. Wasn't the black and white colors the power of the reincarnation heavenly venerable? The time and years involved. This made it extremely frightened. Yiling was dead, and even his last trump card was crushed in Guchanga's hands. This young man was so terrifying that it was terrified. Since the immortal ancient era, it had seen too many young geniuses. It had never felt the way it did today. Hiding in the dark, scheming against all living beings in the world, and even the reincarnation, heavenly venerable, fell for it. As for his strength, it was unbelievably powerful. The inheritor of this generation's immortal devouring demonic technique is so powerful that it makes people despair. In the near future, this world will welcome the most terrifying existence. The old turtle trembled. It also knew that Guchanga would definitely not let it go, so it was already in despair. Congratulations, Master. At this time, seeing that Guchanga had dealt with the phantoms of Yiling and the reincarnation, heavenly venerable, Inmei heaved a sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile. It's been hard on you, Guchanga said with a smile, and a 7-colored pill appeared in his hand. This is the antidote for the demonic Gu. After today, you will no longer suffer the pain of the demonic Gu's backlash. It's not hard. Thank you, Master. Inmei said gratefully, took the pill, and swallowed it in front of Guchanga, not doubting the authenticity of the pill at all. Guchanga nodded. The demonic Gu's existence was actually only planted in the beginning to restrict Inmei. He was afraid that she would not focus on doing things for him, so it was just in case. But now, the demonic Gu was no longer necessary. With the control of the demonic bottle and Inmei's sincere submission to him, Guchanga felt that he could remove the demonic Gu for her, which could be considered as one of the rewards for this mission. Inmei also understood this. Removing the demonic Gu was the first step for Guchanga to truly trust her. She did not expect a person like Guchanga to completely trust someone. She was already very satisfied with the level of trust she had today. Pick whatever you like in the cave abode. Then Guchanga waved his sleeve, grabbed Inmei's slender waist, and led her to the cave abode in front of them. "Thank you, master," Yin said with a sweet smile. Yi Ling had previously said that he loved her, but in front of the cave abode and the many divine objects, he hesitated and asked her to wait outside. Yin could not help but sneer at this. Yi Ling wanted her to care about such a person? How was that possible? Although Gu Changa used her as a chess piece, he let her choose freely at this time. Comparing the two, the difference was obvious. Everyone knew who was worth following. Yin could not help but ask, how did a person like Yi Ling get to where he was today? Soon, Gu Changa put away Yi Ling's pendant, which had the remnant soul of the old turtle. He planned to deal with it when he had time. Then the two came to the cave abode. There was a distance between them, and the cave entrance was spewing out all kinds of divine light treasures. The cave abode was very simple. Many weapons with flashing runes hung on the stone walls like a divine treasure. Divine light was faintly discernible. Axes, battle axes, knives, forks, seals, cauldrons, furnaces, swords, asking for fresh flowers. Every weapon contained spirit or Dao marks and had astonishing divine might. In the center of the cave abode, there was a futon woven with black and white branches and leaves. There was a strong aura of the precept surging, and there seemed to be a figure sitting on it. At the same time, there was a grand chanting sound near the figure. It was like there was a big bell with two colors of yin and yang rumbling, and the profound meaning of life and death filled the air. Endless runes flashed. This could make one comprehend the Tao. Enlightenment futon. Gu Changa recognized this futon. To other cultivators, this was definitely the most precious thing. But to him, it was a pity to throw away something that was tasteless. It was even worse than the weapons nearby. Suddenly, Yin was pleasantly surprised. She pointed at a crystal-clear ancient mirror in the corner and said, "Master, I want this." There were strands of divine light intertwined on it. The runes were flashing, and there was extraordinary divine power. "You can pick whatever you want. You deserve it." Gu Changa smiled and walked to the center of the cave abode. There were stars that seemed to have shrunk countless times. He knew that this was the core control of the cave abode. Only by refining this thing could he be considered to be in control of this cave abode. Buzz. Soon, Gu Changa's mind sank into it. He began the refinement process with his current primordial spirit. Refining the core of the cave abode was not difficult. Hearing Gu Changa's words, Yin smiled even more happily. Her 9 fluffy and snow-white fox tails swayed behind her as she searched everywhere for small things that she liked. It had to be said that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had a lot of resources. In addition to the divine weapon array, there were many divine pills and ancient medicines sealed in jade jars. As Gu Changa broke them open, he found many rare immortal ancient pills. In Gu Changa's opinion, the most important thing was the 5 puppets in the cave abode. These were living beings in the state of the living dead, and they all looked different. There were 3 absolute saint puppets and 2 great saint puppets. It seems that the Samsara heavenly sovereign is protective of Yi Ling by assigning him such a puppet when he's at such a high realm. This is a huge cheat for Yi Ling, but I'll gladly accept these puppets. No matter how well prepared he was for his successor, in the end, it was just a wedding dress for his disciple. When Gu Changa was refining the core of the cave abode, he was also refining the 5 puppets at the same time. The auras of these puppets were very strange. They were clearly dead people. Even if they stood in front of people, they would not be discovered. They would subconsciously treat the puppets as dead objects. However, they had terrifying power that was enough to crush many saint existences. Most importantly, these puppets were not afraid of death or pain. As long as they were not completely destroyed, they could slowly be repaired in the cave abode. For Gu Changa, who is now short of manpower, this kind of good thing could be regarded as a timely rain. Now that part of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's inheritance is in my hands, I can use this identity Gu Changa suddenly narrowed his eyes. He was not like Yi Ling, who had no power and influence. He did not dare to reveal that he had the inheritance of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord for fear of being coveted. When the time came, even if he made it public and let all the cultivators in the world know that he was the successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord, no one would dare to say anything. Who would dare to have any ideas about him? Gu Changa was the successor of the Tao Heavenly Palace and the young master of the longevity Gu clan. In the entire upper realm, other than the son of the ancient emperor or the reincarnation of a true immortal, who could compare to him? However, Gu Changa thought further. Yi Ling's death could not be hidden forever. He needed someone else to take the blame. At this time, his identity as the successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord could be used as a cover. As expected, it recorded that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had planted slave seals on the black sky eagle, ancient snake, divine crocodile, and other immortal ancient tribes. Unfortunately, this slave seal was a resource left for Yi Ling. Then, Gu Changa flipped through a jade slip. It recorded the words that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had left for Yi Ling. At the same time, it also recorded the slave seal. It had to be said that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had put in a lot of effort to make him his successor. He was just short of establishing a force for Yi Ling. The slave seal needs to be triggered by the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's inheritance. Now that part of the inheritance has been obtained by Yi Ling, it will disappear with his death. Gu Changa felt that it was a pity. However, he soon did not care. After all, he had already planned for the Black Sky Eagle tribe in advance. Even if he could not enslave those tribes through the slave seal, it was the same with the wedding dress immortal technique. Moreover, the wedding dress immortal technique could directly determine life and death, unlike the slave seal, which could only suppress. The wedding dress immortal technique was far more terrifying than the slave seal. 1000.